Hello, Reed. How are you going? Okay. See, what are we gonna do with this? Hello, Enrico. Maybe we need a leaderboard for none. So every time someone redeems none, we track the leaderboard. It'll be better than a first, right? Hello, Caleb. Hello, Doddy. All right, so we got a boring stream ahead of us today, and I don't know how I'm gonna start this one. I think we need to sort of unravel what we're doing with the tree, which is gonna be a lot of work, and then we have to figure out whether we're gonna move the components into its own thing. So I think that we're gonna do this in stages, right? So we'll start by maybe like graphing out how this actually works, right? We don't need this stuff. What is this anyway? All right, we're gonna just bin all this. What a tune. Pain of Salvation, man. What a band. Well, actually, not everything they do is good, but you know, that song kind of just stuck with me, right? You have an epic song for me. I'm gonna assume that's something really dodgy, so I will of course click on it. Okay, Whiplash by Crank Dad. I thought it said Crank Dad first, which would have been cool, right? So okay, should we start with this thing? This boring one, right? And just go from there, right? Okay. Too right, Tanny. How you doing? Is it the new band Skrillex that you're talking about? Is that what this is? Oh man, I had a day like that, Tanny. I went out in the morning, came back home at 7:30, and then I went to bed for an hour and a half. Like a headbang deluxe. Mm. Okay. Every time I stream, for some reason, I keep getting the same songs over and over again, right? That Pain of Salvation I hadn't heard in a long time, so that was kind of... Oh, Before the Dawn has released a new album, Stellar Effect. I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy this today, but we'll put it on. Is that a cover? Nah. All right, I'll have to check that out later. Right, what was I talking about, right? Yes, so we have this issue with components, and the question is now whether the component issue can be solved as is, or maybe we need to take a step back and sort of start to unpack this knowing what we know today. So when this thing was built, obviously it was impossible to predict everything that was going to happen because I've never done this before. But now that I have, I wonder if we can just go through this and see what we can do differently. So one thought I've had already is kind of how we're breaking out the values here into widgets. And these widgets there are various types like for loops and what have you, right? And they're all in the tree. And then we have the actual sort of like the tree structure. You have the node here. And this node might have multiple nodes underneath it, and they might have subsequent nodes underneath them, right? So this entire thing kind of makes up the tree. Okay, so a node value points into a collection of values like this, and this is quite a sensible way of doing this, right? Now, what happens then is, hello peoples. What happens is that one of these widgets is going to be a component, right? And sometimes we have to do operations on all the components. So we kind of store a list of components like this. Let's say we have two components in the tree, right? Then we store a list of components like this. They are like pointing into these values here, right? So you can look something like this. So all the values are stored here. Now this makes it not too bad, but a little bit inefficient iterating over all the components. So we could possibly make a separate layout here. We'll make a new design of this, right? So we move this over, we detach these guys like so, and we just delete these, and then we add a new collection, a new data structure here. And this data structure, so this will become sparse, right? So this one holds components. So there are no such thing as components out here anymore, right? They all exist within this collection. And I think they're reasonably small as well, right? And what we can say is that maybe this particular widget is this component, and this, I wonder if that was, yeah. And then this widget here is this component. So doing it this way, now all of a sudden we have a lot more control over our components, but we also add a level of complexity by disconnecting them. Now this becomes two jumps, right? Two values to resolve as we go from a node to a component during something that is part of the tree like this. But it gives us more freedom when it comes to just iterating over all the components for doing things like sending messages, tab indices, all these things suddenly becomes simpler, right? So there is an argument for doing it this way as well. I think the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to clean up the tree that we have. So we will get rid of functionality that is not currently in use. And that will be probably the first thing to start with here, right? The problem is when you, so this all comes from a bug when you do something like, let's say you have an if statement. So if some state is true, then render this component with is true set to true. And otherwise, we'll run this component with the is true set to false, right? This will effectively cause the tree to try to have two components in the tree at the same time at one given moment, right? There are different ways that we can solve this, right? So the first one way, let's not say the first, one way would be to simply exclude components from the tree when the parent is not visible, right? So we would make this entire branch excluded. So all the filters and everything will exclude. But this component still lives in the tree, right? There's still a reference to this component. So if we do that one, then we have to allow for a component to exist multiple times. The same component to exist multiple times, right? No, if we were to do that, then we have to allow for that. And if we do this, let's see what a template looks like here. This should panic. If no, this one would just not do anything. It should have panicked, but it doesn't do anything because I disabled something in the code, right? But this one should not. This should panic, saying that you're trying to use the same widget twice, right? So that's what that one says, right? Another alternative is to, when a branch is invalidated, then return the component to storage. So all the components already live in a component storage, and they're taken out of storage when they're used. The problem is that you can only take a component out of storage once, right? We wouldn't have that predicament if they live somewhere and we could just refer to them. But then we end up in the situation where we are allowed to have multiple components referencing the same component more than once. So it's not ideal to do that, to allow that, because we're saying that it becomes a little bit confusing. What should this output? If we allow multiple components, what should this output, right? Because it can only render a component once, right? So it becomes ambiguous. So is the attribute true or false for this component, right? We don't know. If we check the component for use before we draw it, then it's true, is false. If we just overwrite any previous component, then it's true, right? So it's not entirely obvious what is happening, right? And then we have the return component to storage when branch is truncated, right? So truncating the branch could be advantageous as well, right? Removing widgets that are not visible from the tree is not a bad thing. It is not expensive to create widgets. We covered this a long time ago, right? It is not particularly expensive to create widgets. I think we're talking about things in like milliseconds, right? So if we were to pop this open and we say features, features profiles and color run. Let's just do this. Okay, profiler. All right, what features do you have then? Right, they are taken out because we do things with all profiles. So, okay, so we're just going to do that, and I'm going to change our GitHub workflow because we do not want all features here. Like so. Okay. And what did I name that? So both the runtime widget and backend need to enable profiles. So let's go into runtime and widgets. No, yeah, it's done. Okay, I think we're good at that point. So cargo run. All right, there's no ER in there, it's just profile. Where is Puffin Viewer? We better just get that one. This is fast, isn't it? Hello, ICS, and hello, Keeney. Yes, I have tried Ghost. I don't have it installed now, but I have tried it. It's fine. Right, now that works. I was using Wayland this morning. I was using. Okay. That's what I'm interested in. So if we look at the cost of these frames, right, you can see that it's like we're talking about microseconds here. Where's the layout? 19.7 microseconds. So generating widgets isn't really expensive. The widget cycle is 0.6. The first time when we start this up, the presentation is the most expensive thing, right? That's the before we have any components, and this time we probably have the components for a first layout. That'll be 29 microseconds, and then after that, it's just a whole bunch of nothing, right? It's not expensive. Yes, I use Electricity. So, so it becomes a question of what we do here, because we have to make a choice, and we have to code this choice, and make sure that it actually does what it's supposed to do, right? So each component from the tree, when the parent is not excluded, okay, branches will return storage and return. Oh no, that's all we already said that, right? Yeah, I don't remember what the third option was then, but if we do allow something to exist multiple times, let's just show this. This should theoretically panic. It doesn't panic. It's stuck on something. I think I'm just going to reset what I have here. We're on the bug fix. Yeah, it's good. It's just going to keep continuing. That's why it's not panicking, right? I think we will do git add GitHub workflows. I want that one to be in there. We're going to check out the runtime. Can we do that? See what else do we have? I don't care about the profile thing. We can add that. Git add cargo toml. So this removed values was an attempt at storing things that we remove and then dealing with them after the fact. But what I think might be happening, and I think I probably want to pursue this, but what is actually happening is that something is adding and removing a value in the same process, right? So what does that mean? We end up inserting a value or removing a value from the tree and then inserting the value as a result of that. If we go and look at the widgets, we're gonna deal with that one shortly, but let's get out of here. And there. And there. And let's find the code for control flow. Here we go, right? So this one is going to truncate the children. So it will remove it, but it will not return it to storage immediately. Instead, it will create a generator that subsequent calls, or not even subsequent calls, just the next thing it does after truncating is to try to create the new branch, right? It's very warm here. Okay, let me go and get a bottle of water. Oh god, hair. Get a bottle of water and find an even lighter top. Okay. Well, we already established that today is going to be a boring stream, so maybe we just get on with it. Why didn't I have my notebook? Oh, it's somewhere else now. Okay. So the only way we can make this... Well, okay, now I remember what the third option is. The third option is to... hello, Peter, by the way. The third option would be to mark widgets as removed without actually removing them. So truncating children could potentially return the values immediately to storage, right? But that would imply that we have the facility to do so. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this thing is a little bit... Okay, that's part of the tree. Remove the values, right? Let's have a look inside the runtime for what we do when we restore a value. The clean function would have this. And we are... I didn't see this. Similar to market. Yes, except we would still need to store them in a list and get rid of them, right? So we get rid of any component that is marked as removed and not reused. In reality, we just have to transfer this component back into storage again. It's not really a big deal. We just have to do it in the same frame. My concern, Doddy, is that we're adding complexity, and maybe we can remove some complexity before we do them. I tried Hyperland this morning, by the way, and I was not impressed. I was not at all impressed with Hyperland. At first I thought like, wow, this is really good. I am definitely swapping to Hyperland. I got everything working, microphone working, audio working, all audio working interface and everything. Minimal effort. Setting it up was pretty basic. The documentation is pretty good. Getting screen sharing working, no issue. Except it's buggy. Okay, it's buggy, and there doesn't seem to be an issue raised to fix the bug. So I kind of thought, okay, you love Hyperland. I tell you what, open two windows, right? Let's do this, Privan. Okay, let's get a window here. Open two windows like this, and then in this window you type hyper control dispatch resize exact. Okay, and then you see what actually happens. I'll dump it in the chat for you so you can do that. So that should, according to the documentation, resize the active window to these dimensions. Okay, so this call should be idempotent, right? Meaning, regardless how many times you call it, you should always get the same result. But yeah. Hello, Perkins. How you going? Not everyone has the same display. It doesn't matter what display you have. Next to that line, right next to that other line, you forgot the semicolon. Are you sure, Spank Bro? Are you sure? It is broken. Was implies past tense. Okay, it is broken. And when I went to look into it, because at first I assumed pilot error. I thought it's me. I gotta fix it. But it's broken. Yeah. And I went look at the discussions, and they're like, "This isn't working." Okay. So first the issue, GitHub issue is like, it's not working. All right, we moved everything to discussions, which, by the way, I think I want to investigate for anathema. But the discussion is unresolved. All right. It's obviously not a high priority. And if they do fix that issue, then I think I'm ready to make the jump. But that issue is basically what keeps me from using it, right? If I'm not streaming, it's not an issue, right? But when I'm streaming, it's a big issue, right? So yeah. But other than that, it's good. They're working on a plan to make money. Oh, really? Oh, they gotta tell me if they figure out how. Implement display for everyone. Isn't everyone on display though, Perkins? Everyone's data at least, right? What are we fixing, Warlock? We're fixing a bug where you should be able to express this code. Not this code. This code you should not be able to express. This code without this widget, without this component being a different component than this, right? You cannot have two instances of the same component. You can have multiple instances of prototypes, but prototypes and components are different. So well, they're different in the sense that prototypes exist as many. They have no determined quantity. They can be 0, 1, or many. And through an event such as hot reload, there's no returning the prototypes back when you reload, right? Whereas components do. However, the component here actually, you know, that begs the question. Yeah, never mind. But anyway, the point being that yes, this is not working, right? You can't have two components in the tree at the same time, or rather the same component in the tree at the same time. But in this case, it shouldn't exist at the same time because this is a branching statement. Right? This is a match. It's not a match statement. Good grief. It's an if statement, which means that only one of them should exist. So when we invalidate this branch, we are truncating the tree here. And that's fine, but truncating the tree does not mean returning this component to storage where it can be reused again, right? That happens after the cycle, right? All right, hang on, let me have a look. Yeah, just run it more than once, Enrico. You run it more than once, and you get different results. But it's a known bug apparently, but there's no fix for it. So, audio glitch is back. No, I doubt that. If the audio glitch is back, it's for other reasons. We're not routing the audio in the same way anymore. I'm saying components are, sometimes you sound like a Markov chain, but I love you either way. Don't worry about it. Components are individual entities, right? You can only have one instance of a component in the widget tree at any one time, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right? What should we render if we do this, right? Do we render two components? Do we render one component? Do we use this value, or does this override that one? Or do we render that one and stop rendering these ones? So it's not an intuitive way of dealing with it, right? It might be popping. There might be audio issues, but they are not the same audio issues as we had before. That one I have solved, right? The yonks ago. There might be a new one though, right? I did do a system update earlier. And of course, I've installed some Pipewire stuff as part of... no, I didn't. We already had that. What did I install? Oh, XDG portal for Hyperland. I installed that. All right. What are we going to do here? It's all good, Sakini. So here's the thing about programs, Sakini. When you run a program, you're gonna load it into memory. You can't unload the program while you're using it. And subsequently, writing a new binary to disk is irrelevant because you've already loaded the program into memory. The only way that you're gonna affect the program is if the program does things like dynamically loading libraries, and it does so during runtime, and it hasn't loaded the ones that you're updating yet. that could cause an issue if there's an incompatibility. But other than that, it's never an issue, right? Like your Sunday cooker. You sound like a bot made with a markup chain package. And the data, the training data wasn't very big, right? You don't know what they're doing. You do, or you don't know what they're doing, but you do know that the program's already loaded into memory, right? Or a Sunday cooker. I'm okay with Sunday cooker as well, right? You were doing ChatGPT before ChatGPT package. Okay, so to fix this, what we could possibly do is look at how we're restoring the values here. There is a return to... Where are you? Return states and components, right? So this thing will... Oh, this one's removing the state. We actually do have the component registry and the states. So we could theoretically return this here, right? Oh, that's fine, Perkins. Who doesn't, Scott? I don't doubt that it happened, Enrico. I'm just saying it's not the same audio glitch. But it's all right. I'm trying to do a boring stream. Stop talking to me, okay? Stop interacting with the streamer, okay? you you actually did. It doesn't help that I stutter in that clip as well. Oh, come on, man. All right. All right. I guess it's some kind of payback time here, isn't it? They don't have Warn of Gamelon as an option here. Whoever made this game clearly don't appreciate the Legend of Zelda, right? This is some kind of Pokemon, isn't it? No, you know what? I don't know what this is. Yeah, it's some kind of Pokemon. I don't know any Pokemon version. Okay, this is version. Wait. Gold? Emerald, damn it. There was no Emerald version there. Oh, what a scam. Look at the artwork then. Max Payne. Oh, it wasn't the first one. There we go. That's how good I am. I recognize Max Payne from this. Okay. Characters I never know. Mario. Alright, we're not doing characters. Not on my watch. Okay, we do have access to both component registry and states during this phase, right? Wow, thank you so much for the resub, Wiry. I totally missed that. Thank you so much. It is 30 months. Soon it'll be a year. How you doing? Okay, there is another branch that we have going on here. which is for the with statement. And I don't want to lose that. No proc macros were harmed in making this. Actually, we have one proc macro in there. Almost, right? The name matches the color of the Pokemon on the front. I just, instead of knowing names of Pokemon, I just choose to live a fulfilled life without that knowledge. I'll be all right. We can't all live in Japan, okay? And see live Pokemons in the wild. But it wasn't Pokemon Green, was it? It was like Pokemon Emerald. Right? I don't think, oh, look at that color of emerald in my terminal, right? That golden cursor. Oh, look, that what's the color of the bunny? Snow, okay? Or diamond, right? Not bitter. Emerald is a shade of green. Yeah, but name all your 50 shades of green, right? They're not, it's not, Pokemon Green would have been the wrong guess, all right? I'm very passionate about game, though. I have to tell you this, though. It could have been two Pokemon. Damn it. How am I the one who's getting stick because I don't know what a freaking Pokemon is, right? I know that yellow rat. That's all you need to know, okay? Pokemon Ireland. Oh, look at that Pokemon Ireland. Oh, it's a bit fantastic, isn't it? Oh, digital. All right. Okay, so maybe we can actually return things when we remove them during the clearance of the tree, right? So instead of calling truncate here, can we do something like context.truncate children? Would that work instead? And also, do we have a context? We do. Didn't know it's a rat, right? So hang on, it's not a rat though, is it? All right, okay. I'm not gonna get drawn into a conversation about Pokemons, right? I'm gonna walk away from that conversation. It is, god damn it. Yeah. But then we have to pass in these here. Now, how can we, this becomes problematic in its own right because we can call this from other locations. As a matter of fact, it happens here. And do we have access to the context here? No, we do not. So we cannot do that. But that might be cause for a different bug. So this is part of the update function. Okay. You're supposed to throw a brightly colored ball at it, though, Vikrant. You'd be like, I choose you, rat bastard, and then you throw a rock at it. That's how you do. All right, okay. I don't care about your Pokemons. Let's go. Let's do this thing now. If we make this truncate children be an actual thing, then it doesn't work when we update the widget tree as a result of this. But if we go backwards from here, we still don't have access to any of those things. Okay, let's keep going. Ooh, no. Okay, those are tests, so we don't care about that. It's from here. We could pass in the entire layout context, couldn't we? That one actually looked good though, right? I was a little bit interested in, was it Power World? I was a little bit interested in that one. I think maybe the Nintendo lawsuit gave them more PR, if anything. Shows what you know, Vikrant. I used to have like 30 kids and I like chop straight into McDonald's meat. We could change this to just pass in the layout context, couldn't we? Are you mutable? No, but you are. Let's see what this looks like. If this is gonna yell at me now. So instead of having attribute storage, which we'll do here, and then this becomes, but that has to be muta bubbles. Two lifetimes my butt. There we go. Yeah, we can do this. No, we can't. What did I goof up now? That's easy. There is no importance there. Yeah, I think it might still be a thing. And I think once the lawsuit settles, they'll get even more more attention, right? I think fighting a lawsuit with a big company is how we get attention to our projects, right? So once we are done with this project, we just put the Google logo on everything and wait for them to sue us. And then we'll be like, one, we don't have any money, so that's a you problem. Two, we got a lot of attention for the project, right? So it'll be great. Maybe we use the Nintendo logo. They seem to be a little bit more gung-ho when it comes to lawsuits than anything else, right? Switch 2. I don't know. Is anyone going to buy a Switch 2? Is there anyone in chat who's going to buy a Switch 2? And if not, is it for any other reason then... I mean, I'm talking about you if you're like a Nintendo gamer. If you have no interest in Nintendo, then the conversation is moot. But if you're going to buy a Switch 2 or not, right? And if you don't do it, is it because the stupid pricing? Or do you have another reason why you don't want to buy a Switch 2 if you are a Nintendo gamer? Okay, so this one could work. Now let's get this thing going, maybe. Give Mickey Mouse ears to every set of borders. There you go. We just make the logo a mouse and we're good, right? We need a logo for this project, right? We definitely need a logo for this. They can break your device despite you owning the device. Isn't that true for everything? Can't Sony do the same? Can't Microsoft do the same? I'm not saying that it's okay because the other assholes can do it. I'm saying, is this something new or not? Yes, Danaka, that would be good. A computer what? Oh, you have one of those computer rats. All right, very good. Shambles. Hello, Velux. Most of them are when it comes to the Lexer and the parser package. Yeah. No, I think all of them are, yeah. All the token types are enums. They can stop providing services and servers for it, and then they can just not allow you to use it in case you decide to mod it. Fair enough. That is one step closer to being Satan. I agree with you on that one. That puts them in even like more disgusting situation. Like why would you even bake that into the hardware, right? That means that you have gone out of your way to program this feature where you're allowed to break it, right? You have to look through the code base for that package. I think they all are. This is one drawback to having the tree and the context being separate from each other. This means that you could use the functionality from the tree and from, but can we prohibit any access to the tree outside? No, we can't. It's part of the terms of service for Switch 2. Yeah, I mean that's just gross. That's just you have to be one malicious mother to program that into your software, right? Let's just hope that their engineering department was diligent with the testing as well, so there's no bugs that can trigger like mass breaking. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Where you can issue a mass brick event to all Switches. What are we talking about? Apparently, the Switch 2 has some remote bricking capabilities, so Nintendo can stop your device from working. I was gonna get a Switch 2. I was on board with it. This was before I knew about the prices, though. I mean, is piracy even that big of a like? How much money are they spending on preventing and combating piracy? Right? It's they've taken a very harsh stance against it, but yeah, it's just nah. No, it's we need less of it, not more of it. It should not. It shouldn't. If it's not uncommon, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be common. It shouldn't be common practice. Like we accept a lot of things as common, right? You're like, oh yeah, but if this happens to you, then this will happen to you, and we just accept that. It's like, well, that's not quite right. Oh, it certainly should be illegal. Oh, I see. No, because you're using the Clarity macros are running at compile time per inch, and that would render the entire templating system dependent on compile rather than runtime, compile time versus runtime, and you'd lose the entire point of hot reloadable shareable templates. Right? You might as well just go and use Dioxys then. Not really, but you know. Hello, C3. How you doing? The sponsor segment we did yesterday was pretty good. They were pretty nice. They got back to me yesterday. They were super easy to deal with. I think there might have been some language barrier thing. But I enjoyed doing it, and I said if they want me to do more of it, they should let me know. We'll see. But I had fun, and I definitely want to do something with that, like the game ID. It very much so, Perkins. Very much dynamic. Um, banning a device from. I mean, yeah. I mean, like that's That's a choice that you can make, right? But if I sell you something, then the definition of ownership shouldn't have changed, right? If I sell you something, I shouldn't be allowed to take that away from you. I mean, this is what we learn as children. Like, here's the thing, cool, no take backsies, right? You learn this when you're a child, right? And now companies are going like, take backsies are okay. Also, dips on your money. And you're like, oh, I should have said that. Joke's on you. The wife got there first, right? Well, that would be on a case by case basis, right? If we sell something here, right? We sell a subscription to our community, and you start saying a bunch of stupid things, and people ask you to stop, and you keep doing it. Just because you're paying for the service doesn't mean you should be entitled to the service, right? If someone bans you from a service, then that's on a case-by-case basis, right? And in this case, if we're talking about games, then maybe the person got banned was cheating. Maybe they got qualified as a cheater. They weren't cheating. Either way, it's on a case-by-case basis. Whether it was right or wrong depends on each case. There should never be a situation where someone else is allowed to say, that piece of hardware you have in your pocket right now, I'm going to make that not work anymore, even though you bought it. I'm going to render that useless because of one reason or other, right? Okay. Anyway. So if we move the update into that, then the cleanup doesn't have to run the way it does. We don't have to do this. These are just entries, right? Yeah. Different story. Yeah, so that's kind of an insane definition of ownership then. So we're really never buying a Nintendo Switch 2. We're just renting it from Nintendo in that case. Now that's a whole different conversation, right? That's a conversation that kind of goes like this. If you pirate the game, you can try it and see if you like it and then buy it, or I was never going to buy the game in the first place. Although admittedly, you can't really say I was never going to buy the game in the first place and then play it, because then you're expressing an interest in the game. You're just not willing to pay for the game, okay? So that's a whole different conversation, I guess, right? Yeah, Nintendo is very very particular when it comes to things. I'm not a fan, I have to say, of what they do. Didn't have money as a kid. Right, but with that argument, I can't afford to buy a new car. Should I just go and get one then? Felix, I'm just winding you up, okay? I don't care if you pirated games. I would say that your argument doesn't hold water because, you know, if someone qualifies that as theft, then the same thing applies, right? I'll put you on whatever, Priven. Put you right there. But no, I don't care if you did things as a child. I'm sure we all did. I'm sure we all had various games laying around that we may or may not have paid for, right? Buying things on credit is a wonderful idea, Preman. You should definitely keep doing that. Anyway, okay. should we see if we can return components to state when we truncate the tree then? But we can't prevent the tree from being truncated other than through the context. We can't prevent that though. Hmm. Hmm. Oh man, but that's when you fake your own death though, Caleb. Like, I can't pay this £200 for this mobile phone that I bought on credit. I'm just gonna fake my own death. Or file chapter 11 for some unpaid plane tickets and whatever, right? I think that only works with a handful of games, Path of Exile being one of them, but I think there's more the exception that proves the rule. And if you look at what these companies are doing compared to successful game companies that can do this, right? Can you afford to do that with every game? I don't think so. I think the gaming would become insane. Path of Exile is such a unique game in that sense. They really set the bar, but I don't think that's a viable option, right? Buy a pizza, fake your own death. There you go, right? And you do it in such an elaborate and expensive way that you destroy your car and other things, right? You pull out your teeth, you set fire to your car, and for some reason you leave the teeth in there. Like, you gotta get a corpse from the morgue and like pseudo install your teeth into the corpse, right? And then you set fire to the whole thing, and that way you get out of having to pay for the pizza. It's foolproof. I've thought about this a lot. One day I will order a pizza. Buy the car and credit as well. There you go, right? Do it every time you get a pizza. Insurance scam. I think we're like past scam at that point. If you do something like that, you probably violated quite a lot of laws, and you find yourself in more trouble than just an insurance scam, right? I do believe like robbing the morgue is not only a crime, but it's a horrendously ethical violation, and the pain of having your teeth removed. Not to mention you have to pay to get some dentures or something as well, right? Too many complications, too much money involved in this, right? We got to come up with something better. Her body's in the morgue, insured assets. I'm guessing the morgue itself is insured. The morgue is probably part of some other medical body, and it's insured through that. But you might potentially be taking a body before a funeral, right? So people who're supposed to say goodbye to a loved one be like, "No, someone stole Grandpa." Go for a crypto scam. It's easy and 100% pain free. Is it pain free though? How would you do a crypto scam? I'm asking for a friend. Oh man, why do I always get sucked into these conversations with you guys? I'm supposed to get things done, and then now we're talking about insurance fraud and crypto scams. Soon to be some kind of Twitch representative turning up saying you are talking about topics that are against TOS. They stole his brain. Did they think they could become smarter by doing that? And what a gross thing to steal. what's intermediate representation for RISC-V? I think that question might warrant an answer, which obviously would lead to the second part of your comment. Have you seen Hassan's chat? I have no idea who Hassan is. I think isn't Hassan like one of the most common names in the world, or is that Muhammad? I don't know. But it's like I have there might be like a well-known streamer or YouTuber, but you guys gotta remember I'm completely oblivious to all these things. I don't know anything what's happening outside of software and game dev. Okay, yeah, I'm right. Okay, maybe now it's time for me to duck out of this conversation. No idea what's going on there. All right. So if we were to do this, then we don't have to try. We can still do this. We just fix the way we remove the children here. So, okay, so we're going to change this to not pass in this. So we could truncate here and not have to worry about it. That you can only say that if you don't know what the word intermediate means. And if you don't know what the word intermediate means, then I can't have this conversation, obviously, right? Yeah, hey, whatever you do in your spare time, mate, I'm not judging. As long as you're happy. Hello, TCP. I don't remember what I did, but I did something. I moved a lot of things around. Okay. Is this going to be the right thing? So before we do this, let's see if we can get rid of the tree. Remove this gross function. Okay. That seemed to have worked. If a test is failing and the test is in the same thing, then we're good, right? This one, I'm reasonably confident that we're not using that one. All right, let's clean up in our Rust here. We're not using anything. Oh, really? All right. Let's just keep deleting then, shall we? That one we just added, so yeah. Okay. Default widget testing needs updating, but that's okay. Which line is this? 293. So instead of passing attribute storage, we need to build up a context for this. That's all right. I was planning on doing that, Caleb, but people kept talking to me, so I don't know. Matt, giving you great. Keep it in your pants, home slice, okay? I think what we need to do is We need to make this work by not passing the attribute, but rather by building up another context. Which we can't because of this. Oh. That's assuming that we are gonna do it this way. Yeah, let's do that. So with state, here's a layout context. Where do you go when we're done with this thing? We don't. So can we build this up again? Oof, 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 oof. That's gonna be something, isn't it? It's going all right, JD. How you doing? How you going? I don't think this is gonna be okay. Function table, viewport. I mean, we need so many things for this. This thing can probably be constructed beforehand as well. So let's have a look at the runtime. Yeah, so that could probably just live on there. Mm. My favorite. Sounds pretty good. Don't knock it, right? Sounds pretty good. Maybe we can store the layout context on self instead. Let's see where that would take us. What do we need for that? Globals. Are they a reference? They are. I think maybe we can do that. So let's get rid of that. Factory, same. Components. Same. As a matter of fact, self is very similar to that, right? Isn't it? Function table, glyph map. Oh, beans. Okay, the glyph map we have to store on set. Then we can't store that. Oh. I hate rewriting these freaking tests all the time. Okay, let's do, before we go any further, let's do one more run through of this thing. So that seems to be meaningless. What about this one? Is it used anywhere? What about this one? And then we're just going to run a cargo check all instead of dealing with that. There's a lot that we seem to be able to remove from this, an alarming amount. Well, off it goes. This one, I don't think we should be able to remove. No. That one stays. Hopefully this one can be removed. It seems pretty dumb. Yeah. That one's marked as deprecated. Children after. Probably don't need that either. A lot of that is probably moved to the view. Apply Pathfinder. Man, that's so much cleaning up, right? Is vacant. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get rid of the split mute as well. Wow, that was a lot of cleaning up that could be done. What about this function? Nodes obviously have to stay the way they are. When is this ever used? Here. Is this the right tree? Yeah, it is. All right. I think we've covered that. So the tree now is very, very light in terms of what you can do with it. That's cool. All right. Let's go and tweak the nodes while we're cleaning up. Probably need the empty nodes. Yeah. With capacity? I don't think so. Some of these things are designed to be used outside of this, but for now, we're not, right? A lot of dead code. That one probably is used. No, it might not be. No ether. Yeah, that's this thing that we already broke there. Let's take it out for now. Let's go here. No, we're not going to deal with that now. Ether with values. All right, let's just get out of here. Length, I do believe we need. Evidently not. Get by path. Oh, this thing should have been done a long time ago. Get by path mute. Where are you being used? In tree view. Yeah, the view is different. So we'll come back to this thing. Yeah, insert would make sense to have. Push makes sense to have. Get mute, apparently not. Clear definitely exists. This is the foundation for removing the thingamabobs. This one. And this one. But it's not being used outside of there. Oh, right. It was private in the first place, so silly me. Remove, yeah. With, probably. Yeah, so we get the value ID from the view. That one should be renamed though. With mute is definitely in use. Yeah. Okay. This stuff is fine. That one we're using. That one we're probably using. Are we using this? We are. Reparent. I got a sneaky suspicion this was very important. Yeah. Because that one happens when we move things, right? You'll be fine, Bubbles. Oh, good tests. Okay, then it's the view. This, on the other hand, is going to have quite a lot of functionality that is going to be relevant. This one will probably be relevant. No. That one was probably only used for... Okay, maybe we can get rid of some modules as well. Goodness me. Okay, let's go up to view mod. Yeah. This could have been... This could be a clone of the tree. How? How can this be... No, it would have a different lifetime. Let's just rename you to view, however. Guessing both of these are important somewhere. Get mute, yes. And contains, yes. Okay, are we using this for each code? Damn, okay. Path ref? Maybe not. We're using it for path though. And we are using that. Okay, what about ID? Nope. Yes, just doesn't have to be private. Public, I mean. Even better. We do use that one. Don't use this one, maybe. Nope. Nope. Excellent. Damn. No, that is one of the most important ones. Truncate children is where I think maybe we could pass in a closure with this one. That could also solve a lot of issues. Relative remove, we're definitely using this one. And it's complex as well. With value mute. Oh, we had that one in there. What about we just standard value then? No. And no. What about each value? No. And no. Wow. That was a lot of stuff being removed. I can't believe we got rid of so much stuff. Okay, tree view visitor. Don't need you. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna get rid of that one. Is vacant is never used in the gens lab. We have two warnings somewhere else though. That is in the value resolver. And we don't need that value. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Then can we please be a bit closer to something? But it feels like such a hack to solve it this way. It doesn't feel right. Cleaning up all this code is great, but the way we do things here Doesn't quite sit right with me. Okay. Okay. What about this thing? Yeah, we do need that. All right. I don't think we need to clean up more code there. There is something here, maybe. Do we use the Pathfinder? Nope. Transactions we do, node path we do, visitor maybe not. We kind of want that for the debug tree, so let's leave the visitor in there. All right, I think we're done with that cleanup. Hello, Nine Emotion. How you doing? What would the LSP do? How can an LSP know what public functions are used where? Right. If you have a library with public functions, you can't know who's using your library and using those functions, right? Nope. Not possible. Okay. Then it's a case of removing the cleanup. Well, we don't remove the cleanup step. Now we're going to move the cleanup step. All right. That's the right place to have it. So is that. So is that. So is that. Okay, that's fine, right? What's the topic? Component reuse is the topic. It's about component reuse. So when you have a template that has some kind of control flow or branching code, you can have the same component in both branches, but the component can only exist as one, right? But since the code is branching, but when you read the template, you will still see two components, right? You can get started, Bubbles. Let me know when you're done. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. Why not just expose bindings? But I don't know how you would expose bindings to this. How would you translate the Rust structs, right? I'm not convinced about the latest album. And it's only 3 songs on there. When did Fatal Design come out? They seem to be releasing like a lot of short. What was the last full album they released? Archaic Flame. That's still only 4 songs. They're releasing a lot of singles, right? The last full album they released was Stormbringers, apparently. We'll try that in the meantime, right? No, you guys wouldn't hear the music because of copyright infringement and all that. Not copyright infringement. DMC. There you go. Run DMCA. Okay. I don't know how you would represent the rust structs though, Bubbles. OBS. If you use IBS, you just get stomach pain. So use OBS. Why is this one panicking? What am I looking at here? Runtime testing. Can we get rid of that? Yeah. Yeah, you just start another instance of it. And you're off to the races. Huh. Okay. Yeah, but they're still not okay with it, Vikrant. They could still do you one if someone wanted to, they could just report me during a live stream, and if a Twitch rep is in the stream, if they were to check it out during the live stream, then it's unlikely that someone that works for Twitch would turn up in my stream, but if someone reported the stream, that's a different story, right? Okay, so we need to fix the broken test now. That's gonna be with the default widgets. I don't think he streams any copyrighted music. Doing great, Lamaran. How you doing? Wow, what a big or nothing album so far. Is this the right thing to do? I don't know. Yeah, but that's probably playing things like the stuff that you can listen to live on YouTube. So it's not gonna be probably not like copyrighted music from some various artists, right? I don't know. You have to ask him. It's a risky move if it's copyrighted music, because all it takes is someone wanted to be an asshole. There is that as well. Some people have expressed it like the stream without music. I used to run a poll at the beginning of the stream, and it was a bit 50-50. But then polls, like, you get, if you have 100 viewers, you get like 5 voting in a poll, so you have no idea what people really think. Hello, Axel. Should we make a context here? We should be able to make it up here. Let's do this instead. That means 2 constructions of the context, and it's annoying, but it will save me from having to do even more annoying stuff though. We just have to make sure that we are able to construct the context here. So that's going to require globals from self. Factory from self. States. Attribute storage. Now the components and these things, oh yeah, they're fine. Floating widgets. But what about the bloody glyph map? Oh, I hate the glyph map. No, that's also fine. We just do this. Okay, maybe we're not so far off then, right? Maybe I was just being worried for no reason. Yeah. Okay, that was very easy to fix. Now I have to go and fix the mess I made over at the store here, right? So there's a lot of things that I broke, a lot of tests that I broke here, but they are simply not used, so the tests are kind of meaningless, right? This test seems dumbass anyway. Twitch did make a... If you can show me a link to that, I'll be very impressed. Show me where there's a link and information about this. I don't think you're going to find that. So apply visitor is not a thing anymore, but I think the view can apply a visitor. Really? So we never actually use a visitor then. Let's just get rid of the tree visitor then, right? All right, the visitor is kind of meaningless then. And it's always good to be able to remove entire files. All right. Okay, the tree view has a lot of issues now. But I think these are tests for the functions we have removed, right? That is just... We're going to rename you to view as well. There's no reason to have anything called mute there. you can get away with a lot when you're starting out, Vikrant, but I wouldn't make a habit out of it. And you are definitely rolling the dice if you're doing that. I can play a little bit of music for you now. This album wasn't very good, by the way. But if you play a music for a whole stream, then you can't, right? Then you're gonna get... Nah, man. If you choose a name that's not part of the English dictionary, you're gonna have to settle for people pronouncing it the way they do, right? I'm sorry, but that's just how it is, okay? Isn't that right, Cave-In? Yeah, Cave-In agrees. All right, so by mute ID, by mute path, similar name. That was clearly a joke, and Kevin would be Kevin. I didn't think I had to explain the jokes. This is not a sitcom, but here we are. I'm assuming that's not your real name, because you should not stream under your real name, right? Kevin is correct in India. Well, last time I checked, this was in India. This was rubbish, wherever I am. Okay, so this thing is supposed to get a value by mute path, right? But we're now throwing away that function. So we have to figure out another way of getting this thing. So what is this thing testing? All right, well, let's just comment out the test then. Not because that's how we're going to solve all of these problems, but that's how we're going to add them in one by one. I know, Caleb, that's like cringe. If you're gonna start streaming though, Vikrant, don't use Nightbot. And I think that that's probably like the most annoying thing for new streamers to get traction is the moment they realize they try to be ambitious and keep the riffraff out, only to realize that Nightbot will just randomly time out people for typing things that looks like links, except anything that contains a dot followed by an alphanumeric character is a link according to Twitch. So it's a bit shit. All right. Tree with value not found for destruct. 241. Oh my god, everything has to go here. All the tests. We'll rewrite these tests. These tests are rubbish. 208. One by one. Okay, so we got that working. What does this look like? Looks like a bunch of passing tests, doesn't it? Okay, there's one in the store. There's a failing test in the view. Oh, this is... the dog test, that's why. A dog test, not a dog test. Can we change this to get mute by ID and it will just work? Because then we can fix a lot of tests like that, right? Yeah, definitely. I streamed on the computer attached to this monitor is like 7-8 years old or whatever, and that's what I used to stream with. If a 4-year-old MacBook can't do streaming, then you should never buy Apple again, right? Then that must be the biggest scam next to bloody Nintendo, right? At this point. I think I can stream from my crappy Dell XPS if I wanted to. Okay, so let's get mute by path instead. So what is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be a value, and that's a tree view. So we need a function that takes in a path and returns a value. That returns a... We could chain these, or we could just write a test function for this specifically. Why does it have to be that? Can we just do a get by path? We can do get node and value instead. That will work just as well. Yeah, that works. I mean, it should work, but the test is not passing. Now, dude, let me know if you wanna know anything about streaming, or want any help on setting up OBS to not alienate new viewers and stuff. Feel free to hit me up on Discord. I'm happy to share information with people who wanna do this. Why is this failing though? Oh no, this is a full-blown framework. You can do so much with this already, except the thing with the bug. So we've had some pretty good streams lately, and we had some pretty good progress with this. I have written down like the videos I have to create for this already, but every time I'm about to get started with something, there's a bloody bug or something cropping up, and this bug is really annoying, right? Why would this fail though? We're doing a commit here. Is there another test? This is driving me a little bit insane, I have to say. ACR cloud? I have no idea what that is. What is ACR cloud? This one is... So what did the get mute function do before? Oh, I see. Okay, let's look at the store. Let's look at the tree view. And what did we use to call this function, right? Is it get ref by path? Yeah. Yeah, it just do this. That can't have worked, though. So get ref by path. We can implement this for the tree as a test function only. Man, what a disappointing album this is. We can add the ID as well. But these are only used for test, right? So let's do this. Let's write the implementation. Let's write the implementation out of here. We do this. Actually, we write it in here. Really? All right, so that one's already there. You're supposed to return an option of what? An option of a reference to T. That makes sense. Okay. Right, we're good there. And there. So where's the failing test? Here. Okay, thank goodness that failed as well. um, um, that's the code base I'm working on. Right, so why is this thing failing? This didn't used to fail. Let's have a look at the modified tree test. Get mute by path. All right, so why is get mute by path different than get ref by path? It shouldn't be. Oh shit. This is 100% different than this. This thing never dealt with a relative path offset. Oh my god. Okay, I'm so happy we deleted that. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that function should definitely not be around. Okay, then we can get this thing to work again, right? Yeah, which means we can get this function and this function all working. Yeah, shit on it. Why is that one griping? Get ref by ID. Okay, we can probably just change that to mute. Yeah, right? Rather than having a more correctly named function. Wait, this doesn't do anything with node ID. What the hell? This test is useless. 248. With node ID. Yeah, what a dumbass test. Okay, it did nothing other than not compiling. Okay, so warnings are gone, tests are working. Hello, Skylar, how you doing? All right, that's a pretty brutally sized test. Let's look at what is broken now. Nothing. That was easy then. You want to help, but you don't know how GitHub works. All right, then we're gonna have to do some mentoring now in Emotion. All right, do you know how to? Do you use Git? Do you know how Git works to the degree that you can access code? Otherwise, it's going to be a struggle to help. What does this mean? An advanced single pass layout inspired by Flutter and Swift UI. It means that in a web browser, you have multiple passes over the layout. You're going to lay out elements in multiple passes, right? Sizing, blocks. I don't even remember how many different passes over the tree you have to do in HTML, right? And CSS to the layout. In Flutter and Swift UI, you only do one pass. And it works because you pass in a constraint and you get a size out. So you pass a constraint to a child that will lay out itself within those constraints and then will return its actual size. And then you lay out the next child. Knowing the size of the previous child can help you shrink the constraints and do things like that, right? So it just does layout in one pass through the tree instead of multiple passes. That's what it means, right? So how you access the code is you're going to do what's called cloning, right? You have to go to the code base and then there is a little button here called, this one should say HTTPS for you, right? You click on that and you're going to copy that URL. Then you can go into some directory and you can write git clone, paste in this thing, and then it will clone that for you, right? And that's how you clone the code base, right? And you don't have to share your GitHub details. Anyone can clone the code and do things with it, right? Okay, so now that we've fixed all the tests, then we come back to the widgets and the update function. So I think maybe because we truncate inside this for loop, I think maybe we will truncate in the it made the buttons round. What buttons? I can't see that one for my own stream. The chat button is round. When did that happen? Cringe rounded buttons. It's all round now. Oh man. It's bad. There you go. Neil Pointer's giving you some CSS hacks that you could just drop in. Grease, but do people use Grease Monkey still? Is that still a thing? So here, when we truncate, I think maybe we do this with the context instead, right? Always freeform. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I wonder about the changes to these now. Yeah, that's that. That is Grease Monkey, right? Okay, this song wasn't too bad. Maybe one out of all this thing. Not invested. No, they were better in the past. Okay, so can we pass in the context here? Do we truncate here? We do. So we want to truncate using a context instead. Layout context. And forget attribute storage for now. And then here we pass in the context instead of that. So far, so good. You use copyright songs? No, I listen to them, but I don't use them. I'm paying for something called Epidemic Sound, which is where I get all my music and stuff for sound effects when I make videos and stuff. The Twitch buttons have many nested divs. They should just be a table, right? Where the corners are like a little rounded GIF. Copyright free music, yeah, but it's not as good as the music I like to listen to, right? Although I have to say that this album, which album is this? Stormbringers from 2023 was pretty mid. And Deadlight 2's from 2021. I don't know if that's any good. Fateless is probably a good song. Yeah. But that's an old song. Fateless was not originally on Deadlight 2. So a decades of darkness, Deadlight 2. Which song had Faithless in it? I think it appeared first time in. Wow, this is gonna be quiet. It was on Deadlight, but wasn't it on any album before that? 417 is pretty decent. Oh man, 2003 My Darkness was probably the best album they did, right? That's beautiful, Freefall. Twitch used to be called Justin TV, but I wasn't using, I wasn't either viewing or streaming on Twitch back then. I had a grown person's job back then. A plot twist, you were Justin Freefall, weren't you? So we don't want the tree to have this truncate function so readily available. We want to do this through the context. Okay. We want to express it like this instead. And then here we can now deal with the fallout of having components return, right? And the question is how we're going to do this. So we have access to states. That has to be mutable. Actually, we don't return component states here, but that's the wrong component storage, isn't it? It's the wrong component storage. Damn it. Oh, hang on. We have the registry. Oh, yes. Okay, we do have this. So we can take the state and that one out and just call return component. Okay, so one thing we're missing from here is going to be the blueprint ID for the component, but I'm pretty sure we can get a hold of that one, right? No, small updates. So, for instance, if you modify a collection that is being used in a for loop. So if I write something like this, for x in state.list, text x, right? If this thing would output something like hello, okay, well, it should probably be followed by some kind of understandable number, right? If I were to remove this value here, it would not rebuild the entire tree if what is surrounding this thing doesn't change in size, right? So it's a bit like this, right? Let's say that we have a large container here that has a width and a height. And we have a fixed size container here and a fixed size container here. And we have a text node here. If I change this text node, this will have no impact on the surrounding container. So the only thing that will happen is the text node will change. If these are dynamic layouts, so let's say that we have a text node there and there and there in a collection, and the surrounding element is changing size depending on what this one does. So when we remove this thing, we would effectively shrink this thing, and that would affect any element before or after this thing. So we would then sort of move that change up the tree, right? So if we have to change, we change, but we don't change if we don't have to. Right? Is my keyboard quiet? Not that quiet. What React should have done. Yeah, so this is entirely reactive as well. So any value that you create is going to... I can just run this and show this to you maybe. Nope, I can't because I'm in the middle of changing that. So we set this value to update sort of repeatedly over a given period. It updates once a second, right? Let's change this thing to be 10 times per second, right? So this value is going to keep updating. And if I now put some value around this, a border while it's updating, any changes I do, now these aren't the same changes as state changes, right? Right. So any changes that happens to this value, since it doesn't affect the border at all, right? Until, well, let's restart this, right? When we hit 10, it's going to grow the border, okay? So any value we put around there, let's add a bunch of these values, right? We're going to divide this one by 10. So this one's going to be kind of one step behind. So the width of this thing would change, but this one will have no impact on the surrounding widgets other than the border, not the previous widgets, because this guy has already changed the size of that, right? So the updates we do are pretty mild, all things considered, right? We're talking about like doing these updates are in the realms of microseconds, right? They're not, these aren't expensive changes, and the tree's pretty all right. Okay, but there is a bug, and a bug needs to be fixed. So we're gonna make this thing happen, but how? So good, Vikrant? Vikrant, sorry. I'll try to remember. What we could do here is we can pass in a closure. And we could... There are many things we can do now, right? We could be sensible about memory reuse and write things into a buffer, or we can deal with them as they crop up. So how would this look like? We would have probably a value, which in our case would be a widget. If we say that this is a... We can just look at the tree for this. It contains a widget container, right? Like that, right? Hello, Linus, how you doing? Let's say that we had this as a closure. Then we can look at the widget. So if we were allowed to express this, then this would be a component from here. We should be able to find the blueprint ID. We can. It's the component ID, right? So the ID would be component.id. So we've now solved the first one. Then we need to get the state from here. So self.states. Remove component.state, maybe. There we go. We can, let's make this closure exist outside of here. Just to keep a little bit of sanity, right? So that gives us back the state, but we need to get the inner state value of this before we can return this. So that gives us a value. What we need to do from the values is we need a way to consume the value where we get the underlying type out of it. But that only works with copy. So we're gonna, well, actually we can call take. We're not calling drop on this thing, but this thing should never be on the heap in the first place. Shit, it could be. No, it isn't. Yeah, if you want to completely destroy your own understanding of what you're building, you should definitely use AI, right? Illegal unless sponsored. Too right. But that was fun though. I want to make that game. I want to explore that because the game mechanic felt like this can be fun, right? If this thing can move forward, it could be fun, right? If we just balance it and stop the evil dog from showing the cards, right? Never really got that one working, but you know. So was it consume? That will give us no, it's not consume. What was it then? Take. So now we have the box dine value that we can return. So we have all the information we should need in our registry to return this. Oh yeah, I mean, we could. The thing is, I only had to do that for half an hour, but I had a lot of fun with it, and I definitely wanted to get somewhere with it, so I did keep going, right? So ID, component, and state. It's a different computer. I have 3 monitors in front of me. That's a different computer. Oh, well, actually, this thing is probably there's probably an inner value here that we can just take. Not take. Mm. Dine component. There you are. And that's the closure that we need. We just need to feed this closure into truncate children, right? But there's a problem with that because this one needs to insert values into removed values. And if we do that, we are moving the component there. Ship. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go and top up our water. And then we have to figure this one out. Because this one could be a bit of a mess. Okay, I figured it out. Halfway up the stairs, I figured it out. Okay, so let's see. Where we insert removed values, we are simply going to ignore the value type here. So we should take a closure as our input when we clear. So we pass in our closure like this, where this is an fn1s of a t, which is associated with the tree as such. Then when we actually clear, we're going to pass this in as well. Same where clause. And instead of inserting the value here, we are going to call the closure on the value. So we no longer take the value here or here. So this is no longer generic over t. This is but a sad type without t. If you don't have t, then what do you have? You have value IDs. Okay, the drain function can only return value ID now. And walking backwards into the runtime where we drain our changes. There's no draining happening. Drain removed. We only get the key. So any references to val has to go. But there are no references to val, so right. We're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Well, that's at least better than someone told me I looked like the server guy from Silicon Valley, and they weren't wrong, but it was not even half as inspiring, though. Wait, what trait are you expecting here? You can't put that there, you lark. There we go. So we can remove all the generics from there, and there, and there, and there. Ooh, Nelly. And there. Okay, so relative remove sounds like maybe it has to behave the same. I'm alright, Skylar. Do I not theme alright to you? I figured, but I was being facetious. Oh man, my Traegers. Hello, Marvin. How you doing? Sorry, I missed you there. How are you today? Marvin, how do you do today? Did you just grab a random a random line of code? I can tell you that is not where the issue is, though. This is currently the wrong type. And here, when we call clear, so this is one of those frustrating things that you have to deal with sometimes. You have to do that. And now we can just pass in the closure. Evidently not. All right. There we go. Wow, that's a problem. And a half. Oh. Hmm. No, they used to have 2 arguments. You're looking at code that hasn't been committed yet. So we changed it to take 2 arguments so we could track the value as well. But then we got rid of the value. So now it's back to just taking 1 argument. This, on the other hand, has an issue where we're going to do some removal. And we should do that through the context. So maybe... can we use the context here for relative remove? I don't know if we can. Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Is that a tree view that we're guessing? It is a tree view. Then you can just borrow that. But we need the same closure, right? We're obviously not going to do this and copy the closure. That would be silly. So we have to fix that as well. Oh my god. Okay, are you the right thing? Yes, you are. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that ain't gonna work, is it? Well, we can make that a mutable reference instead, so we don't have to move it. Or we simply return them afterwards. But let's do that by passing a mutable reference instead. Either way is fine. Holy, goat. That just compiled. Okay, let's just run this code and see what happens here. Huh? Am I running this somewhere else? Hmm. All right. I don't get it, but that's fine. What's wrong with this code? Oh, right. Okay, that fixed it. Wow, what an insane Osaurus. There you go. That was a bug. Mouse click sec score. What? I don't know what my mouse click sec score is. But this is working. Are we back on track then? Okay, let's clean this up because it's a little bit gross. Let's start by making the closure into something that is not recreated for every one of these. So when we clear, yeah, that's fine. Hot mice in your area. You degen. Yeah. Typing on mobile phone sucks. See, if you have one of these cool keyboards, what keyboards? These keyboards, then you can, at the push of a button, just swap between your phone and your desktop. How cool is that? How many times have I clicked the mouse in 1 second? There is no part of me ever in my entire life that had wanted to find that out. Okay, so we're looking for that function then. The function call from the context. Where could that be? Here it is. It totally is Necros. Make sure you use this URL as well. Oh shit, is this fixed now? Hang on. Yeah. Okay. They should sponsor me. They do. They did. I think that sponsorship is up, but hello, Knock. So when it comes to split keyboards, there are like 1,000,000,001 opinions. So you should find out which one's a good fit for you, Necros, before you invest heavily into anything, right? I'd say there's a couple of like main contenders out there for splits. If you're not into building your own thing, if you're into building your own thing, that's like a different category. But if you want like the upmarket split keyboards, the DeFi is amazing. The Moonlander is pretty good. I haven't tried the Voyager. The glove looks interesting, but the shipping thing is stupid. Like if Glove 80 would sort their shipping out, sort the ship out, then I would be more interested in them, right? Where's my discount? I asked them and they don't do discounts. Are you recommending someone to get into custom keyboards? Don't do it, it's a trap. It's 100% not a trap. It is a trap. Mechanical keyboards is a really interesting hobby, but it is definitely an expensive hobby. I remember at one point I was looking at a Norwegian company that made custom keyboards. Let me see if I can find this. Norwegian keyboard custom Mac. I'm sure there's not 1,000,000,000 of those since, you know, I'm guessing it's these guys, right? And these keyboards they're like $500-600 or something insane like that, and you still have to put it together yourself, right? So you're gonna spend hundreds of dollars if you get into mechanical keyboards, right? You're gonna spend hundreds of dollars on these things, and it's such a rabbit hole, right? I used to have a KBD Fans DC60 RGB ANSI V2, really good keyboard until it died on me. Then I used this guy. This is a Bakeneko 60, which is very heavy, right? This thing has some heft, right? You'd be sad if you got hit over the head with this, okay? And after these things, I got into split keyboards. I used the Phase Sweep for a bit, which was fun. It was fun to build and it was fun to use for a bit, but I never got on with it. Before that, before even the Bakeneko, I had a Moonlander, but I didn't like the Moonlander. I used it for 3 months before I decided that I've given it enough time. It's not for me. Welcome to Keyboard Nerding, where a red escape key costs $200. Yeah, I don't buy the artisanal keycaps. I bought, well, this set I like. This is a good set. It feels good, and it's got the kind of like half retro look with the cup keys, right? The DeFi that I'm using here, this one doesn't have any, I mean, it has custom keys because that's what these come with, right? But of all the split keyboards, I can say with utmost certainty that this is the best one, right? I'm talking about things from my perspective, right? I think they are the best keyboard if we disregard companies, right? The fact that these things are removable and magnetic and all that, right? But like besides the fact that the company is genuinely nice, right? They have the factory not far from where I used to live as well. Really nice company, like really nice people working there. They're all just a bunch of absolute 100% keyboard nerds, right? There's no, you can look at the videos in the website and you don't get don't get like the business side of things, right? They are just massive keyboard nerds and I love it, right? Can you try and return them if you don't feel good to? Yes, you can. You can buy these keyboards fully loaded for a lot of money and then go, I don't like this, and then send it back, right? You have over a month, or you have a month, but you can get an extension if you need before you send it back, right? and the only thing you pay for is shipping then. And that's one of the things I like about these guys. This is what I don't like about the Glove 80. Because the Glove 80's return policy is, the Glove 80 is a great keyboard and it has great secondhand value, so don't return it, sell it. That's because they make them in New Zealand, a country that no one has ever gone to on purpose, okay? Everyone who went to New Zealand tried to go to Australia and got lost on the way, okay? Or got scared by a large spider and took a detour, okay? I am kidding, of course. I want a Newfie. I looked at the Newfie and the Newfie is really interesting. For those of you who don't know, right? Newfie does a 60% keyboard. The only reason I don't want this one is because they put bloody arrow keys on there. And that, what a waste, right? What a waste. This is a low profile 60% keyboard with stupid ass arrow keys, right? No one wants these, okay? If you think you want them, you're just misguided and young, okay? And that's okay. But jokes aside, right? Newfie, I lost interest when they have arrow keys, right? I built one of these. What is it called? It's just on the shelf there. Do they have them at mech boards, maybe? Nibble. 65. So I built one of these and it has arrow keys, and that's the reason I stopped using this, because it's just gross, right? I don't love arrow keys, and I'm not gonna desolder or do any hacks for it, right? It has a rotary encoder and I love that, but other than that, it's kind of like, no. It's a nice enough keyboard, right? If you want arrow keys, then by all means go for it, but it's not for me. So yeah, you can absolutely try it. If you go for the low-end models, when I say low-end, if you go for the like non-Wi-Fi thing, if you're not going to use it with your phone or tablet or anything like that, then just get the wired version. I have the wireless version, but I almost always use it wired. I can't remember. It's like when I've gone somewhere over a couple of days and I brought my keyboard with me, right? But if I'm going off through just for the day or whatever, that might not even bring the keyboard. But if I'm going to be gone for a week or so, I'll bring my keyboard, but I still use it wired, right? Most of the time. The underglow looks nice. I can show you this. So I got yellow underglow. I mean, you can have whatever underglow you want, right? Let's just open up base core and I'll show you what this thing looks like, right? So you can choose whatever like underglow you want, okay? What do we got here? That side, okay. So if I were to make this like pink down this side, okay? Well, I don't know if you can see this, but it's pink there now, right? You can just choose whatever color you want. And you can do this with a keyboard disconnected, right? I can hold this keyboard in my hand and modify the layout as I go, right? DeFi has absolutely have the best keyboard editing software than any of the other keyboards, right? If I were to buy this today, I would not get the wireless version. I would not get the tenting kit built in, but that's me. That's my preference, okay? I like the underglow, but if I'm saving money, I wouldn't bother. The nice thing about underglow is that you can have your layers change colors, right? As you do things. You can see this is me changing between different layers, right? But you can see it on the keys as well. It's a little bit hard to see because the camera's not full screen. But I would not get the wireless version if I'm trying to save money and I'm not going to use it with my phone or a tablet. And I wouldn't get the tenting kit because I don't use that. I tried it for a bit, but never really stuck with it. Don't have any shoulder issues or anything with it. So there's some ways of cutting down on the cost, right? Is there anything else? Anyway, this is by means the best software. This is good. This is better than Ergodox one, right? I don't remember what the name of the Ergodox one is. No. Ergodox editor. Oryx. No, isn't it Oryx? Split KB that are not too hard to assemble? Maybe, but if you're going down that route, you are most likely going to have to solder something. And if you don't have that gear, it's going to be expensive. I do, and I've built a bunch of keyboards, and it's really fun, but it's expensive. What's the Moonlander software, right? Moonlander. I thought it was Oryx. Yeah, it's Oryx. So this is... Oh, we're not going to get that. We can look at the screenshots of it. So this is Oryx for the Moonlander, because I recognize the keys here, right? This software is probably second after this thing. This is by far the best one. This one is second, right? And then if you build your own keyboards and stuff, then you can use things like Vile. And you get this, but this is not as nice as what you get from Oryx and the likes, right? So Vile is not as nice, but it's kind of like as close as you're gonna get, right? Any changes you make here is gonna be instant. You can build an energy macro. I obviously have a Vim key, right? Pushing a key will type out Vim and hit enter. I did a bunch of stupid. Oh yeah, I have one for lifetimes as well, right? It will type out the lifetime and then move the cursor to the left so I can go and edit the lifetime, right? I don't know if I've done anything with the special function keys. But yeah, it's really easy to just, you modify your keys, you have your layers. I have my media layer for these things with the function keys and stuff. It's just so easy to work with this thing. You can tweak loads of things if you have like underglow for battery life and stuff. The only complaint, if I were to have one with this keyboard, is that no matter how many times I show this keyboard to my wife, she is not impressed, and I don't know what's wrong with her. And the battery life of the keyboard isn't as good as it could be, but the wife thing is more important, okay? All right, so should we get on with it? Should we get on with it, right? When you start off with split keyboards, you're going to have a terrible words per minute, right? You'll be typing in like 12 words per minute, but once you get over it and you get used to it, you're going to be back to normal again, right? They are fun. It's a pleasure to type on this. Keyboard and chairs are important tools, absolutely, right? I've been a bit more generic when I say these things. I say like a bed and a sofa, good shoes, keyboard, chair. These are important things, right? That's why I have a shitty IKEA chair. A few more sponsorships though, and we can buy an actual Herman Miller. Yeah, but then you have to compile every time productivity, right? And honestly, having recompiled my sweep layout 1,000,001 times and reflash it, no thank you, right? If I'm in a tinkering mood with my keyboard, I don't mind, but sitting there, do I have QMK? I don't even have QMK installed here, but I reckon my QMK is available here for my sweep. Yeah. Man, I don't even remember which one is... that's going to be this one though, right? No, it's not. Well, this is the keyboard, but this is not my config. But you basically have to sit here. This is not it, right? But you have to sit and edit a file like this to modify your key map. And there's no way this is a better user experience than using something like Basecore. I get that maybe people like doing it, but that's people liking it. That's not like an optimal solution to anything, right? This is what you're editing if you're editing your key map in QMK, right? And you can't convince anyone that this is easier and more simplistic to use than this, right? Then clicking a button, clicking another button, saving the changes, and you're done, right? This, you have to go and edit the thing, recompile it, make sure you don't have a typo, and then you have to flash your keyboard, which takes a while as well. This is an instant flash, right? If I were to bind something to this key here, right? I'll show you. Which key is that? That key here, right? I don't have anything on this key. But if I were to just put the letter T on there, done. Now there's a T on there, right? Do we have any way we can try this out? Well, I can just do it in here, right? You can see that's a T. I'm going to go in here and say no key because I don't use that one. Done. Now there's no key in there. Does nothing, right? No one's going to convince anyone that that is a worse user experience than having to modify these things. But if you're a tinker and you like it, I get it, because I have spent my fair share of time with QMK doing this. Now I am too lazy to go back to QMK. I would go to Vile if I was to build that. I have a corn in a box waiting to get built. When I build that, I will definitely use Vile if it supports it. Good night, Nine Motion. You edit through Vile. Oh, yeah. No, I used to do that productivity, right? I used to sit there and tweak those values, and I enjoyed it, right? I enjoyed it from a tinker's perspective, right? Touching mouse is a failure mode. You know, that's setting this up for a lot of inappropriate jokes that we're not gonna make. But yeah, let's just get on with this thing instead. All right, so we're gonna make a function here called happy fun function instead, and this thing's gonna take a widget as input, widget container. I can't spell widget, that's why. And it's going to return nothing. And we're going to grab all this stuff in here. Oh, beans, we can't. Oh, that would have been nice. But okay, we have to pass in self here. So apparently a happy fun function isn't really going to be a happy fun function then, right? Where are you? There you are, right? So we're just going to pass in this. And we're going to get the widget here. And we're going to call happy fun function with this. But that looks a little bit like that ain't going to work. But then it did work. So, okay. All right, cool. So we don't need this closure anymore. So we can do the same thing up here. We're just going to make a copy of this and replace CL with that. We're going to keep the mutable reference there because that's F and mute for you, right? All right, so this thing's not going to be called happy fun function. That would be absolutely dumb. This is going to be return component. There we go. You want to see my setup? I don't really have a way of showing my setup or any pictures of it. I guess there's nothing on. Oh, hang on. There's a video on Discord. Ah, but that's in the sub lounge. Well, it's not worth subscribing to this stream to see that video. Maybe I can be bothered to take a picture one day and I'll show you. But it's just it's a Rodecaster Pro 2. And then there's 3 monitors in front of me. And that's it. I have a bunch of different controllers, so I would probably use one of the existing ones I have. I don't remember which one I have the most of. I think I have 5 or 6 controllers just laying around ready for this. And we need 2 for the corn, do we not? Really, I thought the corn was going to be the first thing to show up when you type split keyboard because it's such a ubiquitous keyboard in the world of splits, right? No, it's going to have two controllers. Yeah, it has two controllers. What's the new one that looks a bit like a corn but isn't? Yeah, that was helpful, right? Yeah, ZMK if you don't want if you want wireless, and can you have ZMK without the TRRS? Do you need the TRS cable still? Okay, so we're good. We have 5 warnings. We don't do warnings here, so we're gonna deal with those. Okay. Okay, impl debug tree 12. Right. These are never used. But they are. It's because this one is never used. If we do that, we should get rid of some of these warnings. I don't know why I ran the test there, but here we are. Oh, what are we going to do with this thing? Do we even need the debug tree? If we do, let's just have this thing debug to a string, right? Well, it has the output. Okay, a little bit confused by this. Because we don't apply the visitor, we just do this. Okay, we shouldn't dismiss this one because it's convenient. So what can we do? We can have a function that debugs to a tree and returns a string from there. All right, I'm not going to care about that one just now. Stop trying to run the test. We got other things to look at. Okay, there's an update here. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that. That doesn't exist. That's in the store. Okay, so let's go there next. What do we do here? Relative remove. Then we don't have to care about any of this. No. Okay, so relative remove here can just take an empty closure. No, it can't. Yes, it does. What are you on about? Oh yeah, we need the value. Oh, idiot. There we go. That doesn't work if you don't know. And whenever you make a library that is public, you have no idea what functions are being used outside of your library. So you can't do cleanups of public functions, right? That would be an impossibility, right? Because you cannot predict future dependencies. Okay, we got a warning. We got all tests passing here. That's good. And the warning's probably going to be from there. Okay, so push and pop comes from Okay, so we're using this level when we write. Okay, let's just finish the implementation here then. Maybe we can reduce this one to an actual function instead, right? No, let's pass the string as an output instead, as a buffer. Okay. So we match on this thing. And we have to write a recursive function now. That's going to go through the entire tree, right? Hello, Alicia. How you going? I think maybe we have to write an inner function first. And we're going to have a level here, which is just a usize. So we're going to say for node in nodes. That means that we have to pass in nodes. And values if we want to be able to print anything, which would be our widget container. Okay, so here we can just call this debug value instead. No, we're not going to bother with that either. So because we want to do this recursively, right? We're going to call this inner function on the children of the node level. Well, we're doing this backwards. We're just going to increment level before we do that. And the values are just going to be the same, right? Because they are immutable collection of all the values in the tree, right? And obviously before we do this, well, I guess we could do this on a per node basis. Or per nodes, it doesn't really matter. Then we have to get the value here. So this gives us the value that we're going to debug, and this will be the actual debug of the value, right? So we're going to write the value here. That will be a widget. And the output that we're writing to. So instead of calling self write, which well, we still have that. We can copy this code though. We can start by doing this anyway. So we need to know the level. So we're going to write this into our value. So we're going to indent the value by something that we multiply by 4. So we basically get tabs for it, right? So we can print a tree structure. And then when we call self write, we're just going to rename this to be the write macro. And we're going to write into the output. Right, we're not quite there. We still have too many brackets here now. So we're almost there. So we don't want to write this information into the repeat here. We could have used formatting with padding here as well instead of writing the repeat, but now I'm being lazy. So we use the write function again to the output. We don't have to say format. That's default from the write function. So we're just going to get rid of this. But we need to know what key we're actually talking about here, right? And there's no key as part of this thing. So we're going to pass in the key as well. That's okay. That's going to be the value key, right? So value ID. I think maybe that's the right, maybe widget ID in this case. Like so. All right, we're gonna have to look at that. So we've written the indent, we've written the thing, and then we're gonna write a new line at the end of all of this, and then we got all the things that we need from here, right? So we're just gonna write line. Actually, we can just change this to write line instead of using write, because they are all one liners, right? On the same line. Okay, so here we're calling something an element ident here. Actually, that's fine. That should just be widget. And we're supposed to pass in the level, which we do, but we also need to pass in the widget. That would be the value here. So let's rename you to widget. And this is the key that we're going to pass in. And we're passing that in after the ID. So we do that. No, this I am calling the wrong function here. So we're going to call write value. So we need to keep passing the buffer that we write to in here as well, right? That's our output. So we pass the buffer in there. We get the value. We're going to write the value, passing in the widget, the level, the ID, and the output. And then we recursively call this, not with a widget. That can wait. Use widget. Yeah, we're using widget here, right? So we have to fix the formatting here. I'm not sure why we're supposed to pass the value. We're not supposed to pass the value ID in here, right? The value ID is being written here already. So that write function would have taken the value ID in here and done this. So it would write the value like this. And we want to keep that going. So we're going to copy that. That is written before the indentation even. So let's write that before we do anything with anything else, right? Oh yeah, that. And that's gonna be the widget ID key and widget ID generation. And this is a write. And we're writing to the output. If I could just spell output, that'd be pretty good. So this write function can fail because it's supposed to return a result. If you fail to write into whatever you're writing into, I don't know, you run out of memory or whatever, right? So, did I miss something? Armadon, thank you so much for the sub. Yes, me bunny. How you doing, buddy? That's all right. I'll choose to lean on my many years of Rust experience instead of yours, 9 Emotion, if you don't mind, right? As long as you don't mind. All right. So this result comes from stud format, right? Which doesn't take anything, right? This is just an alias that looks like this. So if writing value can fail, that means that this thing can also fail, right? So we can put a question mark there. And then all we have to do here is just return a unit and we're good, right? You need more if-else branches. Oh, we just got rid of if-else branches. And am I excited about that? We got rid of if-else, not if-else. We got rid of if-else branches in favor of introducing switch statements into the template. You can still use if-else if it makes sense, but we also have switch. Okay, so the first thing we do is going to write the key, then we're going to write the indent here and the key. So we could possibly just write the padding here, indent like so, and then not worry about it. It is, but it was a lot more involved implementing Switch than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, it's the same music again. We're back to this again, I hear. So what is this thing? That's a trait. Okay, so we can't use a widget. That's not the type. It's a widget container. Does it have 2 lifetimes? It does not. We don't really care about the lifetimes here, so we're going to leave them as anonymous, right? That kind of makes sense. Although the value type doesn't. Make a language that uses if else for everything. I mean, that's gonna be good until, I mean, you would have to have it perform an operation as part of the condition. But since everything is if else, those operations will themselves be if else. So I don't know if that would work, right? Okay, so what are you griping about? Can't write to string. That's okay. We're just missing a trait called write. Really? All right. There's no method named key for the value ID. I thought the value ID was just a wraparound key. It is. That's index, not key. And these are tree values, not a widget container. But we can see that if we just go here, I thought maybe we can just refer to them as tree values. Like so. Or not. Well, then we're going to have to go to the store. It was tree values. Then what are you griping at me for? Oh, plural. Plural, my only weakness. So write value wants a widget container. So we're going to say some widget else continue, because there's nothing we can do at that point. Like that. That's a widget container. That is the thing that we're passing in. Okay, so then we're going to call inner, which is this thing. We pass in the node values. No, that's okay. This is where I've gone bananas again. There we go. So we have the level, we have the nodes, we have the values. Oh, and the output. There we go. So that's our, so we can reduce all of this to one recursive function, right? And then we're going to have the debug tree function here that's going to take a tree as an input. Now the question is if this is a view or not. Depends on how we're going to use this. But we'll take a tree view for now. I think that's going to have everything we need. And that says neovim. Cool. Thank you. And this thing can return a string. So first we're going to have our output. And we return the output. Then all we have to do is start breaking the tree up into values and nodes, right? And then finally we can call the inner one, which is going to be walk tree. which we will put up here instead. So we're going to call walk tree. We know that the level is going to be 0 because it's the first one. I'm going to pass in the nodes and the values and a mutable reference to the output. And we're done, right? We can unwrap this because this is debug code, so we're not supposed to do anything else here. Now, I just made this function up, right? So we're going to have to see if there's a function that will give us access to the values, right? So that could be a widget tree instead. Because that's a type alias that has more lifetimes than I'll care for. Now, how can we get the values and the nodes from here? We can just look at what these things return and see if there's anything here that will actually return what we need. So far, there isn't one. I do believe there is one for the, maybe for the parent, or we could have got rid of that one. Yeah, that was definitely part of the calling, wasn't it? All right, well, then we have to add a function for this that will give us references to all of these things, right? We're not going to take ownership of anything here. We're just going to return this as a unit, not a unit, as a tuple with references, right? So that's going to be self.nodes, probably. Children. No. Values and layout. There we go, right? Now you can see that the nodes themselves aren't really, they're not really what we're supposed to return, but that's not going to be a problem. And I think the layout came first, right? Yeah, it does. So the first thing we're going to return is a slice of node and then a slice of value. That would be T, but no cake. Yeah, I guess we can return a reference to the gen slab instead. Like that. But that's dumb. We have something better for this called tree values. That doesn't need that. No X in nodes. Okay, so why are you griping? That's because that's a gen slab and we're trying to use this where the values are not a gen slab. Nope, that is right. That's how you get all the girls 9. I don't know how, and let me know if you figure it out. Okay, so we're passing in. All right. The order was wrong. All right, so then we have a lot of rights here that is not being used. We don't need this anymore. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. There we go. Okay, so all this returns a result, so that one's fine. Okay, so we have 3 warnings that we should deal with here. On 22, we have an unused result. That's fixed. On 4, we have a key that we don't need. And then we have control flow. That is not what we need. Because everyone knows that control flow is for babies. And there we go, right? Let's run the test and see if anything's broken here. It is not. Wow, okay, we saw the bug. And I think we're back on track again with another release. Now we have to commit this, but before we do that, we have to do a cargo test all and look for warnings. There we go. So the default testing one has a scope that is not being used. Which is surprising. Where does the scope come in? Okay, we don't. Okay, thanks. No warnings there. There's one there in tests. Wow. Yeah, that's the test case for the bug that I just fixed. And I didn't run the test with the bug. That's really annoying. I'm gonna take the test case into another branch and make sure that it breaks though. But I want to get the switch code into this as well. So if we look at the changes, then this will contain a bug fix. No, wait. Yes, this will contain, come on, Control T. There we go. Bug fix. Component reuse in if else. It will contain the with statement, which is very cool, by the way. You don't have to believe me, but it is. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Cargo T is 1 there. Testing. All right, yeah, this one is not doing anything, but we wanted to do something. Now, there's somewhere in here where we can read a line. So this code here. So we're going to grab this code and repurpose this. Right, the template is not that anymore. It's going to be the template. Like so. But we still need the component to be an actual registered component. So let's do that. But this can be a template instead. And as far as template code goes, we can inline this. That doesn't have to be there. That can't even be there. What? So here we're just going to put text, and what I'm going to put here? Attributes.val. So we're looking for this, okay? Although I just realized that we've passed in some value here, so we do need a component that contains something that's called val. So let's have a look at the maybe test utils has what we need, right? So let's register a component after all right? That's going to be our index component. This string here becomes our template. This guy here becomes our index component. It's like going to be the root of this thing. That has to be a from default is what it's called, a default. Now we need something here that isn't that. This should fail because the line is empty, right? Then let's get the test. Where is that? Because constants and globals are generally written capitalized. This is what we're looking for. So we're going to use a basic component here. And I think T represents the state here. So we can default this to basic state. Because we're cool like that. All right, so we have a number and a Boolean value there. So we can use that one instead of state.val. And then that can be number. Now we have to, no, we don't have to do anything. We just need to mutate that number as a result of something, right? And because we don't want this to be the same, we're just going to negate that value, right? The only thing we're going to change here is the number. So we need some kind of key press event that will do this for us. So we're going to associate this with the key press event. I don't think we need that anymore, but we do want to pass this. Actually, that's fine. So let's get rid of that and just whack that in there. And we're not using that anymore. We don't need that anymore. I don't think so. I think Rust has our back there. Wow, that's dysfunction. Right, that's what the key press event should look like. And we just changed the number from something to something else, right? But to make sure that we don't miss anything, we're just gonna bump this by 1, right? Like so. Now we haven't actually told the backend what to do, so we're gonna say backend.events.next.press character X, doesn't matter which character we press, next, and then stop the runtime, right? So we're gonna run this sequence of events. Actually, we have it down there, but that was just wrong. Okay, let's fix any bugs we have. True is false. Yeah, what? Oh yeah, it is false. So wait, was it that easy? If we never send this event, this should pass. No, it's still false. So that means that the key press never had an impact. Yeah, this one is odd. We don't need to do this. We're just gonna do runtime.run unwrap. No. Trying to return a prototype. Oh, snap. That's even more important that I had missed. Okay, so that's a bit of a mistake, right? Now, we don't know if a component is a prototype or not yet. Do we? we could encode this into the ID, right? Into the blueprint ID. No, we can't. Well, we could. Is this a thing? Ah, damn. Okay, what's a component blueprint ID then? Okay, we can still encode that in the top bit of the ID, right? Good idea. Okay. Oh yeah. Right, hang on. Oh man, I just gotta text the wife. When people speak quickly, I don't understand what they say, and this guy was very excited. Uh, no tea. I'm out of tea. Okay, so should we see how we use this? We can do as usize and from usize and from value. But this, if we store additional information here, that could become problematic. So we can pack in the topmost bit, acting as a determining value whether this thing is in fact a prototype or not. I know, Scott. It's kind of insane, isn't it? And not only that, but we get like lots of things done, right? Skill issue, yeah. Crab juice. That sounds rancid. So there are a couple of places where this is problematic. So we kind of have to skip the top bit here. Otherwise, it's going to give us a very poor value. I think we're okay because this is private and it's only exposed through functions, right? There we go, right? Okay, so that means that every time we do something here, we actually need to clear the top bit before we can do anything, right? And one way of clearing the top bit, we could just have a function here that does what we need. So here we're going to do from useSize. And we're going to write all that into these two. So we don't have to deal with it from anywhere else, right? So this thing can become an index. That's kind of an issue, right? So here we have to do as useSize. But that doesn't work because this one probably wants a U32, right? Yeah. Ugh. So the reason we cast this back to a useSize is to do the correct mapping there, right? And here we're just going to say value as useSize. And then here, that's a useSize. That will be self from useSize. Like that. Nice one, Bulba. Nice one. So we have a warning now. We're going to deal with that. Okay, that's because we need to implement the actual set function here. Welcome to Discord. Is this the influx from you posting this on Instagram stories now? So let's write an implementation block for the component blueprint here, where we have a public function. Oh, woman, just don't worry about it, man. I know. Okay, right. Yes, yes. Okay. Okay. And then we can have a function called isPrototype, right? And here there are so many ways we can do this, but we can take self.0. We can shift this 31 bits to the left and to the right, and then just count the number of zeros. There is a built-in, I believe. Okay, hang on. Zeros or ones. Count ones. And if you look at the code for this is actually, well, I mean, we can't really see much here, but yeah. Anyway, count ones. is 1. So there are 1, 1 in there, right? And to mark this as a prototype, we just have to set the last flag. So that would be... Hang on. Okay. Okay. Anyway, right. So we have to say that this is... And then I don't want to write out 31 zeros, right? Okay. That's that's a lot, isn't it? Wait, it's out of range? Oh, right. Wait, isn't B the prefix? Zero B. Ah, my B. So I was missing a 0. All right, there we go. But isn't B byte? Yeah, so B is bytes if you write it like this, right? Now this is a string size. But if you prefix this with a slice, if you prefix it would be like this, now it's a byte slice. But when you do numbers and you want binary, you do that. But this is insane to write. So instead, what is this in actual numericals, right? Is that it, maybe? We can try this though, right? We're gonna write the test for this either way, right? It's just a funny way of writing it, right? Whoops. As prototype. Okay, set as prototype. Okay, so let's create a component ID here from a usize. We set it to 12. This should compile and run. Everything's fine. We're gonna assert that this is this is 12. Make sure that we don't change anything. And this should be false. So the test should fail now. And then we're going to say component ID.set as prototype without all them brackets. Isn't it set as prototype? Mark as prototype, okay. Am I missing a 0 there? No. Can we write it like this? I wonder. Either way, let's just do this, and then we're gonna panic out the component ID, and we write it as bytes prefixed by zeros, 32 of them. That is right. Huh. If we do it here, we should see it without the first one set. So it is correct. Okay, I see. I see what the issue is. But before we fix that issue, I don't want to write this. This is kind of awkward to have in there, right? So what we can do is we can take this value and we can print this value out instead. As a 32-bit integer. It's that value. Okay, can we print it out as maybe hex values instead? Right. So this is really the value that we're interested in. So rather than writing this, we can write that. No, we can't. I'm off by a few zeros there, aren't I? I'm off by 2. And then we don't want to print that. Okay, and now because we actually want these as hex values, we write 0x. And it should be the same now. Yeah. So this is really the value that we want to use. Still kind of awkward and long, but I mean, aren't we all? There we go. So this should still output the same values, right? So what is problematic here is really when we mark this as when we test if this is a prototype. So this is wrong. Yeah. Okay, we're good. So this can only be used once. So if we don't set this as a prototype, then that should hold true. Yeah. Okay, so what's happening next then is that we actually have to mark this in the runtime when we set them, right? I think we've covered most cases now because we made all the functions private and route everything through the same underlying functions. So there shouldn't be a way for us to get to a component ID without going through those, and subsequently we should not be able to get an incorrect numerical value now. So here the ID is going to be mark as prototype. Now, this only solves one half of this. If we go back to our test and run this, the same error should occur, right? Actually, it's not doing anything at all. Why wasn't that failing? It is this test, right? That is grim. Damn. Well, that's wrong. Okay. Yeah, that explains why the test wasn't failing. Okay. Fail. There we go, right? So let's go back to a time when this thing is still failing. We want this to fail until we fix it. So I never really finished writing this, right? So this thing needs to move the entire... we need to clear the top bit, right? And we can do that by just shifting it back and forth. Under the hood, this will all compile to the same thing, right? I can show you shortly. If this thing fails now, as it should do, by trying to return a prototype, the next thing we need to do is make sure that we mark it as a prototype, and the test should still fail, all right? And it does. Now, the last thing we have to do is go back and say, whenever you return a component, it is, and it's a prototype, then don't, right? Don't return prototypes. And we do this in the layout context, which comes from the widgets. So we're going to find the layout context. And there's a function to return a component here. And if the ID is not floating, is prototype, with an E at the end, then we have to return, because that would be an illegal action, right? Wouldn't one right? No, you shifted one which to the left, which clears the upper bit, and then shift it back to the right. You don't wrap around bits. They don't wrap around. That would be insane. Whoops. Oh no, okay, hang on. Wait, I broke a bunch of things. And now I broke even more. Why is it not letting me move the browser back there? It's all broken. Right. You doing it inside? Yeah, but that's still going to be 2 instructions, right? It doesn't make it just 1 instruction. Okay. Let's try this again. Trying to return a prototype. That's not right. I'm using i3. I was using Hyperland earlier today, but it has a bug in it that seems like they're not interested in fixing it, so I lost interest very quickly. Okay, so where are we with this now? Oh yeah, I commented that code out. Okay, so that's the last thing. This should now not fail. No, still trying to return a prototype. Okay, all right. Let me show you, Bolvar. Let me show you. We're gonna go to A-Sprite for this thing, right? Oh, that's too big. We don't work with such sizes here, okay? Whoops, that's still too big. Okay. So let's say that we have 8 bits here. Okay, these are our 8 bits. This is all part of a singular byte, all right? Whoops. We're going pixel art with this. Okay. Now, let's take the bits here and let's move them to a new layer, okay? Actually, I didn't clear that one. Right, there we go, right? And we should move that underneath there, okay? So what happens when you clear bits, all right? It's something like this happens, right? So we are now shifting it 1 step to the left. And then when we're shifting it back, this bit is cleared, right? So let's make this thing blue so you can see which bit I'm talking about, right? So there is no space, right? This is the limit of memory for the byte in this case. We're using 4 bytes, but that doesn't really matter, right? So when we shift it to the left, that byte there's no memory for this byte. It doesn't go anywhere. It just isn't set anymore, right? And when you shift it back, it's unset, right? We are literally toggling bits. It's all good, Bolvar. It's really Laura. It's really okay. Let's talk about this because this is kind of an interesting thing to do, right? When we look at data, we tend to ignore the fact that we can pack a lot of data into something quite small. I don't know why this thing stopped working, but here we go. All right, let's forget that and that, right? Let's say that you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Now, I think Marek showed me that you can sort this properly. But I think you could distribute these as well. But maybe I'm wrong. No, you can't. So you can't distribute. You can only align. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, I was misled by Marek. Marek, if you're in the chat, you lied to me. Okay. If you're not in the chat, you should be here so I can accuse you on stream. All right. Okay. So all these are 8 bits, and together they make up 1 byte. And that is the smallest value that you can store, right? In the computer. Even though you could say, well, a Boolean is only 1 bit, so can't I just store a bit? No, there is no such mechanism for you to store a bit. There's no bit storage, okay? The smallest unit that you can write to a chunk of memory is a byte, right? But what we can do is we can put multiple values into a byte, right? So if we do a little bit of binary math, right? That's 0, 1. That's 2, 4, 8, right? So together these makes up 15, yeah? Right? 0, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8, okay? So we're going to say that these guys are some kind of numerical value that we're counting, right? We can only count from 0 to 15 here, right? But that means that we can store a bunch of different values in the upper end of this thing, right? Maybe, what would be a good example where you use just low numbers? And now I can't think of one. Okay, well, let's say that these are mouse buttons, okay? These are mouse buttons. You got 4 different mouse buttons here, right? But you can have more. You can have 15 different mouse buttons if you can only press 1 at a time, right? And then here you can have all the states. Well, okay, that's dumb. Let's do that instead, right? And actually, I don't know what we would do with this thing. No matter what examples I come up with, it's pretty dumb, right? But here's the thing, right? If we're going to store this as 2 different numerical values then, right? Let's go with that, right? So this is 0 to 15, but this is also 0 to 15, except that this isn't 0, okay? This is 0 or 1. That's 0, 8. This is 0 or 16, right? 0, 32, 0, 64, 0, 128, right? So these aren't really that. But what we can do, when we read this number, the first thing we're going to do here, we're gonna draw a little wall here now. If I can get that. And can we draw some kind of gross background here as well? All right, here's the wall. All right, that we're going to move things into. So when I want to count these values, the first thing I do is I'm going to shift these to the right, okay? So the first thing I do here is I shift these 4 bits to the right. Oh, really? What happened there? How did I get a circle all of a sudden? All right. Shift 4 bits. Okay. So what happens when we shift 4 bits? Well, we end up here, right? Now we're going to have a bunch of empty bits on this side, but that's irrelevant. They're just 0. So all of a sudden, what used to be 16 becomes 0. And then the bits that's on this side, they're empty, right? It looks a bit like this now. If we were to give them, that's the one, right? These bits are empty, right? And if we are gonna read these numbers, if we read the whole thing as a number, we're gonna include these bits and these bits. So what we have to do here is the first thing we have to do is we have to shift all this to the right. 4 bits. Shift right 4 bits. Okay, what that will do is it will get rid of these bits, right? It will get rid of these bits, and these bits will be moved to the right, but we still have these 0 bits down here now, and these 0 bits would change the meaning of this. So this goes from being 0 or 1 to 0, 16. So the next thing we're going to do is shift these back to the right again. So we end up with this. And we move these over here. This is this is a terrible explanation of just about everything, right? And subsequently, we just have these. So these white ones just represent zeros, right? So now we've moved it to the left, meaning we clear the upper bits here, because when you move it outside of its space, it just becomes nothing, right? Or zeros. I mean, it becomes 0. It can't become anything but other than 0, right? And so we move it to 0. So if we set this value to 1, or let's say 2 here, okay? That one is set to 1, which subsequently makes this the value 2, right? Can we get a 1 here, please? So that's 1, and that's 0. Let me just dump that in there, right? And there. Okay, so the actual value that we want is 2 here, and let's say that we do the same thing here, right? We're gonna set u to 0, u to 0, u to 0, and then u to 1. So even though our actual full number of this is 1 plus 32, right? This is 33. Yeah. But we don't want that. We want this to be 1 and we want this to be 2. So when we shift the values left and right and we end up clearing these things that are 1 or 2, right? That's that way we get to this thing being in this position. All right, let's get rid of these things. And white numbers here, they're just zeros, right? They're just zeros, nothing else. So we've taken this number here and made it into this number here, because you have to look at it as a whole, right? You have to look at it as a whole, and you have to do the shifting. If you store values in there, you do have to do the shifting to get to the value. But that means that theoretically, you can pack 8 Boolean values into 1 byte by simply just shifting the correct number of bits in whatever direction you're shifting, and then reading. You can mask the bits out as well, right? But we're talking specifically about bit shifting here, right? So you're shifting it in whatever direction you want. You need to clear the bits, and then you just read the value as 1 or 0, right? So for instance, if we're storing a value here, if we want to read what's at this position, whether this thing is set or not, then we can first shift this many bits to the left. There's 5 bits to the left, and then shift it back 5 bits plus 2 bits, right? So we shifted 5 to the left and then 7 to the right, and we end up here, right? What happens to the green bits at the first shift? They just move down, right? So when we shift the green, or in the first shift, nothing, right? There's a big old wall here where you're out of space. So when you shift something past its container, right, then they just become 0. right? There's no like undefined or magical state or anything. You when you shift something, when we shift this one to the right outside of the state, this just becomes 0, right? They're blown to oblivion, right? They just cease to be. You yeet them into the void. It stored a whole board state as a U8. I don't believe that worked, Bolvar, because that means you can only store 8 different values, right? You must have stored more, or your board state. You're not talking about the 9x9 times 9 squares. You're talking about something else then, right? They do get to. Is Oblivion any good? You guys play them? Is any good? 1 second. All right. It's quiet for the first time in a month. The fan finally off. First time in a month. Okay, right. So I think we covered byte shifting or bit shifting for how you store values, how you can pack a lot of values in there, right? So if we go back and look at the data type that we have here, which is, let's see, where are you? This one, right? So if we look at the size of this, it is 4 bytes, right? I pointed alignment and I said so it's 4 bytes in size, okay? And we can store the top bit as the flag that determines whether this thing is a prototype or not, right? If we didn't do that, if we put a Boolean value here instead, then all of a sudden the size of this thing becomes 8, right? Because alignment, right? So we have to pad this guy with the remaining bits to make it take up 4 bytes for just setting a bit, right? So do we shift bits down once and back again and just read that number and store that information in the highest bit, in the topmost bit, right? Or do we add another 4 bytes to this? Now, arguably, I don't predict that we're going to store a lot of these things in memory, but here's the thing. The smaller you can make something, the more of these something you can store in contiguous memory, right? Meaning memory that is after each other. Every time you read a bit of memory and you're going to perform an operation on it, on your average CPU, it will go through from RAM or hard drive, wherever it's originating from, go through all the levels of cache into a register on the CPU. And here's the thing. When you fetch bytes to store in your L1 cache, which is the fastest cache on your CPU, when you fetch bytes to store there, you don't fetch them one at a time. You fetch them 64 at a time, right? I think it's 64 bytes. Or it could be 64 bits. But if it's 64 bits or 64 bytes, it doesn't really matter in this conversation. The point is, you're going to fetch, inadvertently, you will fetch the next one. So you might store multiple component IDs in contiguous memory in L1 cache. So instead of going all the way down to where you get the data back up again for every component ID, you just make one round trip for the first n number of that's n now, it's n number of component IDs, right? So it's only n times whatever. It's the maximum, the L1 cache lane size divided by whatever, right? To get the number of components, right? So if it is 64 bytes and this one takes up 4 bits, then you can divide that by 4, and that's going to be 16 component IDs that you can store in fast memory in the L1 cache, right? 16 instead of just 8. So you make it twice as fast to do operations on 16 component IDs, right? This is all very hand wavy, right? And obviously there's a lot more going on there, but yeah. So putting this Boolean value here, which will increase the size to 8, seems ridiculous when we can just say, look, we're never going to store a U32 max number of blueprints of component IDs, right? That is 4 gigabytes, right? Not in size. It's 4 times 4 gigabytes in size. But our storage capacity before we reach the maximum number of blueprint IDs are U32 max. Now it's just U32 max minus 1. You are never going to build up a table that is that big, right? So that's how this works. Which is why it's good to sometimes pack your data together, right? Okay, let's see. So we did this. We ran the test, and was the test working? No, trying to return a prototype. That is not right in anyone's book. So we marked this as a prototype, but it's still trying to return a prototype. And here we're asking if this is a prototype, then we're going to return. Let's panic here instead, right? And let's see if this thing's going to panic on trying to be fancy. All right, let's do that instead, right? Don't you dare me to make a table that big. Do you have enough RAM to make 4x4 gigs? Yeah, that you probably do, right? I could definitely fit that, but that's still a lot just for the table, right? All right, so we're still panicking here, and I want to know why we're panicking here, okay? It doesn't seem to be from here, right? So instead of actually doing this check here, we're going to do the check here instead. I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. Completely ridiculous. Let's do it here. And if the ID is a prototype, then we're going to return here, and this should fix the issue, right? We do have a warning for some inexplicable reason, so we should probably fix that. Where's the warning? Okay, it disappeared now for some magical reasons, but there you go. Now this should be okay. Mother of 5 children. Memory is there to be used, yes, but remember that you're gonna call drop on everything that you put in there as well, right? So unless you're gonna leak that memory, this hardly makes sense to do outside of game dev. If you're doing game dev in, say, the browser, then you can apply such fancy strategies such as okay, cool. Such as allocating a lot of memory and then never freeing it. So you build these like static arrays or array. I don't know what they're called in JavaScript. You build like you make these large static objects that you don't free, right? I think in just general web dev, if you start applying those practices, you're more likely to consume RAM you don't have to consume, and you'll be prone to introducing bugs from failed memory reuse or something. I'd imagine, right? I'd imagine, but I can't say for sure. And I do think that the collections in JavaScript are homogeneous, aren't they? Or are they not? You know what? Let's find out, okay? One false sandwich. Nope, they are not homogeneous. Okay, put whatever you want there, it's all good. I have no idea. That means that it has to take every value and probably box that value. So every lookup in a list in JavaScript is actually 2 jumps. You first get the type, that the pointer to the type and the type information, right? Thank you, 9motion. But yet I'm trying to return a prototype and I cannot understand how or why. Wait, am I that dense? Okay, disregard the fact that this thing actually didn't work. This thing didn't seem to work, but we already had the information associated with the component. What? We already had this information. Oh no. But more importantly, why was this not marked as a prototype, right? We need this. We're gonna get rid of all the work that I just did, but before we can do that, we need to understand why this thing is not reacting to yeah, we'll get to the demo shortly. Get out of the store, get into the tests, and run this. Okay, so we have created a prototype that was never flagged as a prototype for some inexplicable reason. And I just don't know why. So when we call prototype, oh, I know why. I know why. Oh my goodness. And also this should have been done here. This is sort of an insane thing to do, right? I have done this. We're going to undo this, but I still want to fix this before I undo it, right? Okay, so this should now fix that. For some reason, I completely forgot. Let's have a look. Okay, trying to return a prototype. See, we already stored the type here. Hello, knee job. How you doing? And then where does the we I don't know where this ID comes from. Like, where do we return it? Whoops! Look at that. We just crashed. There was no reason for that to crash. I can't see anything here that explains why this thing would have crashed. There are no errors here. This drives me mad. And if we run this now, we're gonna get a disconnection error in here. I have to chase this bug down at some point. All right. Where are you, error? Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna restart it. The V8 engine is really highly optimized and it's really impressive, right? Yeah, I think it's the funny thing is the first time I wrote my own programming language, I was surprised at how slow and shit it was compared to other languages out there. Now you can do a lot to optimize a language, but for some reason what was I looking at? I didn't even remember, but it was slow. Python probably. It was slower than Python. Because running a virtual machine with no direct optimizations is going to be slow. There's a lot of things you can do to optimize things, but if you just build a virtual machine that executes bytecode, this is a fun exercise and it's really easy to do. All you do is decide what an instruction is, what numerical instruction is, give it something like a stack, and one of the instructions is to push something on the stack, one is to pop something on the stack, and then you have instructions like add, which takes the top two values on the stack. So for you to build a programming language that can add two things together, all you need is something like push a value to the stack, push another value to the stack, and add instruction, which will then pop the two values of the stack, add them together, and write the final value onto the stack. So this will end up doing this, right? As a result of that. So this is not at all complicated. You can write your own programming language reasonably easy and build a... The reason I say bytecode is because if it's bytecode, you can represent it as bytes. If it's bytes, you can write them to disk so you can store your program. You can even store your program state, but you can store your program as a series of bytes, as byte instructions, right? You can learn a lot. It's really fun to do, right? What did you call it? Snail? I should have called it snail, but I didn't. But more importantly, where's this ID coming from? And now I'm just trying to solve a problem that we don't have to solve. It's already solved, but I'm still trying to solve it. Let's look at the template. It calls add prototype, which should mark this as a prototype. I mean, oh, that's why. Okay, I've solved it. I understand why, and it's all good. Because when we're inserting this thing, we're gonna lose the type information, and we never return this type. We get this number, we insert the number, but we never... Look at this. When we go to insert, we do self as usize. And what happens when you call usize on that thing? Well, we get rid of those bits, okay? So, yeah, all right. This thing is now nonsensical. We already have that information and it's all complete nonsense. So we're just going to get rid of all the work that we did because we already have the information. So we get rid of that one. Keep that one. And there's no more bit shifting going on here, so we're good. We don't have to mark as a prototype because we literally wrap it in a prototype here, right? So this thing doesn't work anymore. And here, rather than panicking when we return a prototype, we're just gonna ignore this, right? So here, can't return a prototype. And we just return here, right? Now, then obviously, that's not obvious, but then the question might be, why can't we return prototypes? And this is actually something that I was thinking about for a while. And if we go back to this thing, I was trying to figure out if it would make sense to return prototypes. And there's a 0 right there, right? But let's say that this is our current screen. And we're going to place a widget. We're going to put these like horrid yellow widgets as our prototypes, right? And whoops. And we're putting 3 of them here. Okay. And I want to change the layout. So I want this layout to look like this now. I want 2 up in the corner here, and I want 1 in the bottom left corner here, okay? And then the question is, how can I reuse these things? I have no idea which one of these prototypes goes in the bottom left and which goes in the top right. And obviously, which is the second in the top right. We can't express this in a sensible way. We can do this with regular components. There's only 1 instance of them. So you can only have 1, right? If we make this a regular component, it doesn't matter what you do with this guy. It's always going to be just 1. Okay, that's not how this works, right? No matter where I place this, it's always going to be the same instance. No matter what changes I've done to it, those changes are persistent. Whereas these guys, let's say that I remove 1 of these. So I just load 2 prototypes. I have no idea knowing which one is which, right? Do you have any tips on to get higher paying job than my current one? My job is low latency trading systems, but pays in Indian. Oh man, you're making rupees, mate. Job in Rust. I don't know, right? There are plenty of jobs in Rust. You can, if you want to look at like Rust jobs, then you can try rustjobs.dev, right? Here's one website that has a bunch of Rust jobs. They themselves are hiring. There's a bunch of crypto in there, but other than that, lots of Rust jobs. Here's a trading system Rust job for you, right? But you might want the remote ones. Gibraltar, no? There are some are just remote. Yeah, that is a problem though, right? Runtime IDs? I don't understand the question. No, I think it's there are remote jobs. The reason why it's difficult to have a remote job in Europe if you're outside of Europe is because of the time zone thing. And here's the thing, right? It might not be a problem. But it's more likely than not to be a problem because you're supposed to be sharp when you are at work. And if you need to be in a meeting with your employee and a potential client at 3 a.m. and you're not feeling particularly hot about things, then it's going to be a problem, right? Yeah, the GDPR issue is not gonna GDPR is not gonna affect you if you live in India or not. If you work for a European company, you have to. It's the company's responsibility to adhere to GDPR, right? Not the staff that works there, right? If I work for a European company, I have no obligations to do anything. The company has obligations. Now, the company might pass those obligations on to me, but it is still the company, the corporate entity that is responsible, right? That's why you change the sleep pattern to match. Well, see, that's the problem though, right? That might be okay for you, but the people who are looking to hire, they might think that it's not okay. They might make that assumption. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but they might just go, oh, you're in India, you're going to be in a different time zone. It's going to be problematic, right? Well, that's arguably quite bad for you if you have like a normal circadian rhythm, right? Which is sort of you wake up at somewhere before noon and you go to bed somewhere before 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning or whatever, right? Like being up late has an impact on your digestive system, and your heart and all these things. But I'm not a medical professional, right? This is just things that I've heard throughout the years. I used to work the night shift as well. I didn't mind it, but I definitely felt greasy for some reason. Though doing Rust is big money. I mean, didn't you see? Didn't you see the salaries? Right? 150 to 200k, 100 to 250k, 150 to 250k, 100 to 200k, 100 to 260k, 100 to 240k. These aren't low salaries, right? If you guys are rolling out of university and you think you're gonna work for 200k a year, man, you got a cold shower coming your way. It's me throwing cold water and you're taking your salary, right? They are like Rust jobs do pay well. That's fine. The lowest paying Rust job is 70,000 euros, and that's in Germany. And Germany has always had slightly lower salary than the UK and the US, right? Not with that attitude, you can't. No, but here's another fact for you as well, right? 380,000 a year. Here's another fact for you, right? If you are working from India, you are going to get paid. And this has nothing to do, the morals and ethics of it, we can debate that until we're blue, right? But this is the facts of employment, right? If you are in India and you work for a British company, they are likely going to pay you less because, or with the excuse being your cost of living is lower, right? This is not something that I think anyone who's an employee agrees with. I think it's a good idea, but that's always going to be the excuse you get, right? Where do you live? India? Well, okay, we're going to pay you a lot less because your cost of living is lower, right? And you can't really argue with that either because then they choose to give the job to someone else, right? Maybe. Yeah, do what Not a Pumpkin says. Do apply anyway, right? Okay, I think the bug is now fixed and we have a warning, so we're going to deal with that. Yes, the bug is fixed. But where is this warning coming from? The mutable ID in component module. Where are you, mutabubbles? I'm just gonna have to read this then, aren't I? Component. That's in widgets. Okay, let's just leave this project, go here, and find the mutable ID on some line 48. Yes. Okay, that's it. So we got a bug fixed. We should now be able to. Oh, come on, warnings. Okay. All right, that's the error. That's fine. We don't care about that. Okay. Let's make this test fail now. Problem is though, Scott, that it's a pretty competitive market. If they are willing to hire outside of Europe, the reason you hire outside of Europe is because you want to cut costs, right? The reason you hire inside Europe is because you want to keep people in the same time zone and roughly with similar cultural references, right? Meaning what your customers expect, you might get staff that understands that better by hiring staff from the same region, right? Let's say all your customers are Spanish, then you're going to have an easier time understanding culturally what these Spanish customers want by having Spanish people interacting with them, right? I mean, I wouldn't understand anything about certain cultures. I wouldn't know how they do design, how they do meetings and stuff like that. It's just how it is, right? But if you're willing to hire overseas, then you are also likely doing it to cut costs, which means that you're going to be likely to be okay saying no and finding someone who's offering a lower rate rather than a better programmer, right? You're willing to take a worse programmer at a lower rate. Yeah, Rust is a lot more complicated than Python or JavaScript because those two don't force you to deal with your memory or anything, but Rust does, right? In its own perverted little way, right? Okay, but this is compiling. I didn't want this to compile. I wanted this to not compile. But why are we reading true, though? We should be reading false here, shouldn't we? There we go, right? I wonder if this is because we need that initial frame. No. Because we start with 0. So we actually start there. So if we don't press any characters, we should be good, yeah? Yeah, left is false, which is this state, which is what we're looking for. Then let's say not 0. Or we could just say 0, because that's where we're going to start. So if our series of events is just next, stop, this test should pass now. Why? Isn't it set to 0 by default? Let's look at the basic state. Yeah, it's using default. And there is no default implementation. I am very confused by this. The right one is true and the left one is false. But we never enter this state. We never do this, right? No, so we never change the number. Okay, let's just output what the number is. So now it should error out with a different string. It is 0. Okay. Then how come this is doing this one? So this should be lol now. It is. Okay. This should be true now. Why is the state... Oh my god, you idiot. The default of a boolean is false, not true. Oh, good grief. I promise I have programmed before. I know something. You have to believe me, even if there's ample evidence saying otherwise. Okay, now this should be false. And if we don't press any key events... Oh, we're gonna stop this, otherwise we're in for a treat. Yeah, alright, cool beans. Wow, what a journey. Whew. Oh, I don't even think I paid that much for it, Nalaj. You gotta appreciate the detail as well and the craftsmanship. I don't know how much a Herman Miller chair is, but it is certainly not something that I have to do a few more sponsored events for that, right? Now that's the way to think about it, Wazram. That is the way you think about it. Okay, I keep running this test, but either way, it's fine. Now we're gonna take all this code, we're gonna commit this, and we're gonna make this test somewhere else now. So let's plug all this in. First, we're gonna patch this and see what we're doing. All right, that is correct. Although the with statement isn't in there yet. That one's correct. That one's correct. We just renamed that. We're fixing a few things there. That's all right. We moved the layout context. When it comes to testing, we got rid of attribute storage. We're now returning widgets when we do a removal. You know what? That means that we can do another optimization, but we're not going to do that yet, right? All this looks good to me. Well, actually, this one does not. So runtime testing has a components function that is a bit flaky. So let's go to, where are you? Runtime testing. No, wait, it was us deleting that code. We're deleting that. Okay, goodness me. Okay, is vacant, is removed. There's a lot of removed values changes as well. That could have been a vac. We removed so much code. When you remove a lot of code, that's one of those lovely refactoring to do as well, right? Am I a Vimmer? I've been called a Zoomer, a Boomer. I've never been called a Zoomer. I've been called a Boomer. I've been called Grandpa, but I've never been called a Vimmer. Yep, that's fine. All good. All tickety-boo. I thought this bug was going to be a lot worse, and I'm so happy we actually managed to solve it. Oh, look at all that stuff that we get to delete. These changes I'm okay with. I think they're good. Well, these tests are now broken, and I just added them in there, but we're going to go and remove them. Okay, so this one is no longer panicking, so that's okay. But that means that we have broken tests, which is not a problem. We're not allowed to commit without without fixing tests and everything. So that's all good. Yeah, for that you need a range, right? I can show you how I would do that. The percentage says entire buffer. Okay, so we have attribute storage there. Wow, so many things in here. All right, so there's a few commented out things in here that we want to get rid of. So this one, for instance, we can get rid of. So let's go into widgets and let's find that in tree mod. And where are you? Here you are, right? So if we wanted to change generator, right? If we wanted to do that, but we only want to do it down, then that's how I would do that. And now we won't change generator anywhere else, right? Because you need a range to do something. within the range. That just stands to reason. So if you don't want to write the range yourself, which you can do, nah, how do we write the dot is current line? Oh, good grief, I don't remember. Just to help range. But this okay, look at this. Okay, if I do this, you can see that the range syntax is the same as if I do this, right? So this just says from where you start to the current position of the cursor, right? So that it is not possible to write the range out like that and get something meaningful, right? But I would do a particular selection to do a change in something like a block, right? Okay, so we did that one. There was something else up here that I wasn't super chuffed about. Yeah, the attribute storage in nodes update. That guy is gonna go. Yes. I would never write out a visual range myself. That would be too cumbersome. So cargo test all. This should now break on the prototype stuff that we brought because we ripped that out, right? Okay, so where is that? That is in components 236. So these ones don't make sense to have anymore, right? If your tests are failing, just delete them and you're fine. I'm gonna add this back in. And fix bug. But we're not just fixing a bug here. We're about to introduce something, not a bug, but we have some unnecessary stuff happening in the runtime now. And that is in the cleanup function. Why is that crashing? And I get no information as to why it's crashing. And whoops, that would have been bad. We didn't i3 exit there. As a matter of fact, let's do a history clear because I don't want that. Yeah, so the network issue here, we can't reconnect. I don't know why. And I know how to make it possible to see it. So we're just going to change this and we're going to add no old screen to this. So now next time it will crash and burn. We'll at least see why. The best kind, right? So in the cleanup, we are trying to remove components. You know what? This is fine. We're not doing that anymore. Okay. In that case, commit-m bugfix, returning components when truncating children. And of course, when we do a git commit now, we're not skipping verify. And here we go, right? Unneeded return statement. Okay, let's go to widgets, components module. Which line? 93. I guess this thing can just look like this. Fine. Everything you see here and there is just my screen, right? I can literally interact with all these things if I wanted to, right? I just stream my entire desktop and then I don't have to have any overlays, right? Except the social one I have at the bottom. I keep forgetting that one, right? Oh, look at that. Okay, cargo nightly format. Yep, that's about it. Words. Oh, look at that. Oh, the test. 300 tests. Okay. But if we diff this with the feature width, we're going to see a few things that we need to fix here. Okay, so have we pushed this? Which branch am I on? No, this is fine. We're going to push this. Right, let's go and do a merge with this guy now into dev. I don't have to, Nalash. I'm a grown man alone in the basement. What do you think I'm using? Enjoy your day, Night Emotion. All right, we're just waiting for these to pass. Ah, another single guy in the chat then. You think I have NeoFetch installed? Chiller still a virgin. Brutal. Brutal. Okay, I think we're good. We can merge this. But before we merge dev back into the with thing, which is going to cause a little bit of issues. All right, we're going to load some code into our clipboard. As a matter of fact, we're going to load up the if bug component reuse here. Wait, why is this thing? All right, come on, finish already. Well, we can switch already to our with branch. And we can change this if nonsense test here and just put this in here. And this test should fail now. Right, it fails because of that. No, basic state. Jeebus. It's not failing. That's not good. That should have failed. Ooh, Nelly. This is a little bit frustrating. And so is this. Make sure it's into dev. Bin the branch. Okay. In that case, let's get out of here, remove the if nonsense, and let's go to a demo. Or the demo. Let's run this. Okay, that breaks. So running the demo with a current branch breaks, which is what I expected that test to do. I just don't understand why it didn't. Okay. Oh, shit. Is it because it's the V-stack in there? No. Okay, this code should break. Which is the same as this code here. Okay, why are you not breaking? Forget this part. We just want this thing to break. I don't get this. That makes the test useless if it doesn't break on this branch. So what do we do? What do we do? What do we do with this rubbish? You know what would be good? If we could render the frames into something as well. We're going to make the test better, but good grief, why are you not breaking? The component is oh, for flip's sake. Oh, you big old dummy. Oh my god. Now you can break. There we go. Okay. So that means we have to get back to the previous test. All right. Okay. We've seen this fail now. No, it's not Debian. Get out of here. Get pull. It's not French. Come on. So if we change this guy to not, I mean, obviously it's going to work with this. But now it's correct. How you managed to to break that in between, I don't know. They're called units. Okay, a unit type is effectively a tuple. It's also the only type that can be its own value in Rust. So if we hop into the demo here, we can use this code base for this conversation. It's a little bit easier. All right, let's do that and get rid of things, okay? So if we have a function that takes an input, A, that's a U32, this thing will compile, obviously. It's fine. We have to clean that out, okay? Right, I should have started an empty project instead. Let's do that, right? Let's do away with you and clean this up. And that's me trying to write thing, but doesn't have to be spelled correctly, okay? I'm just showing you that I can. Okay, this means that we have an identity. The way a function looks like in Rust, you have the keyword function. Then you have an ident for the name. Then you have an open bracket. Then you have an optional ident followed by a semicolon followed by a type. And then a closing semicolon, a bracket, and a closing bracket. So this is like function syntax for Rust, okay? Knowing that, we couldn't do... Well, actually, we can do this, but that's insane to do, okay? This is just naming the type, right? Into that. But what we can do with a unit is we can do this, okay? We can't do this with any other type and value. We couldn't say one here and one here, right? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How's it going, Sigma? Raided by normal sane humans, followed by a message saying ADHD raid, followed by socks, followed by ADHD raid, more socks. Oh, you meant... Okay, that's all good. Welcome, raiders. How you doing? Going great? Your brain is melting? It's a sign of a good session, though, isn't it, right? I'm just explaining the unit briefly in Rust. There's another interesting thing about the unit in Rust. So we can't do this, but we can do it with a unit, right? There's another thing that's interesting in Rust. And back in the old day, before we even had Razor. So what we have today in Rust is called RA, or Rust Analyzer. Before RA, we had RLS, which was Rust Language Server. Before RLS, we had Razor, and Razor was amazing. It was a program. It was a lot faster because there wasn't a bunch of web requests and bullshit that happened interacting with some kind of language server. Instead, it was just you were talking directly to the program. It was just fast. It was great. I loved Razor, but Razor is now gone, I believe. But back then, that was for things like go to definition and what's and the likes, right? Sounds good, Lappy. Do focus on programming. Good. So what happens when you don't have a language server available and the only tool you have gives you things like go to definition and what have you, right? Maybe you see tags or whatever, is that you're not going to know what type something is, okay? Because in Rust, you can have a value that is the result of a function call, okay? And maybe this function is in a module somewhere far, far away, right? Now, we can say that this function returns, well, whatever. Okay, let's just do this, and then let's pretend that this function is, that this function isn't available to us to see, right? Now, what you can do today is just say, okay, what is this, all this beautiful information? But this wasn't available back then, right? So the way you could find out what a function was by saying that the value is a unit. And if you try to check this, it's going to tell you what type it has. So this was like a very poor man's type checking. You do that often, yeah? We don't have to do that anymore with Rust Analyzer, but before Rust Analyzer and Rust Language Server, this was kind of the way you did it, right? Or one of the ways you did it. So it's a little bit funny. But here's another thing that is fun though. Let me drink some water. You need the type, just raise an error. Exactly, right? You need to know what data you have. Just, make it fail, right? So anyway, this is cool. You can do this. I mean, it's not that cool, right? But let's talk about the unit from another perspective, right? The unit has a fixed position in memory, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. We can try to print out the memory location of a unit, but that might not give us the result that I'm expecting it to do, right? Yes, it did give us the result. Okay, so it's got a fixed point in memory, right? This is where the unit lives, okay? The unit is not null or anything like that. The unit is a unit. The unit is, in fact, an empty tuple, okay? But there are some interesting things that you can do with a unit, right? So if I were to do something like this, right? What do we have here? Okay, we have 1 kilobyte, 1 megabyte, 1 gigabyte, and 1 terabyte. I have created a terabyte-sized array on the stack, okay? You can't do that. Only I can do it. No, you can't really have a terabyte of data stored on the stack, right? That's an impossibility. If we change this to be a byte, it's going to Stack Overflow, right? Because it's too much data on there. Right? I think we can go from kilo, mega to 7. Okay, we're fine. Go to 8, Stack Overflow. We just stored magnitudes more data on there, right? That's because, and this works with vectors as well, right? So if you store a vector of this amount of data on the heap, you've actually not allocated any heap storage in this case. The only thing that you store is 24 bytes on the stack. Okay? If we did something sneaky, we're gonna leak some memory here, okay? let me show you how to leak memory in Rust, and then you can do this. You can do this whenever you get angry with Rust. Okay, so we're gonna write 0 into this thing. Then we're gonna make a new box, and then we're going to put the data into the box. Then we're going to leak the box, and that's our data now. All right. And if we run this thing, everything's fine. If I go here and I val grind the target debug tuning, there we go, right? It's going to tell us that we have wasted a bunch of memory, right? We have wasted a megabyte of memory here, right? A megabibbles have been wasted. Okay, what happens if we change this to be a unit then? Well, nothing if we don't cargo build this, but whilst we do that, we have lost 24 bytes. We've lost the bytes on, and arguably those 24 bytes. Well, no, that's going to be the box. Yeah, those 24 bytes that we lost were the bytes that represents the box. The 24 bytes that represents the box is what we lost, right? Actually, that represents the vector, right? There's a byte, 8 bytes for the pointer, 8 for the length, and 8 for the capacity, right? You can modify the size of your stack, maybe. You reckon OpenBSD is more picky about the stack space? Really? Yeah, I think some have a maximum stack size of 2 megabytes or so. I got about 8 megabytes here, but yeah, it's pretty interesting that we can do this. We can just load up an obscure amount of data. As a matter of fact, if you really want to go ham, right? usize max, right? That is more memory than any of our machines put together, right? Let's see what usize max is. Okay. Well, we're gonna start off by doing some division here, right? We're gonna divide by bytes, kilobytes, megabytes. Wait, bytes, kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes, petabytes, maybe. I don't know. But it would be 16,383 petabytes of memory. We don't have that much RAM, right? Which is why we couldn't actually allocate some. But the characteristic of the unit is that it's a zero size type, right? Meaning that it takes no space. So I can make a struct that is 0 in size, and I can use that here, right? As long as this thing implements copy and clone. And this is fine. So this works with your own types as well. Whoops. I don't think that worked. Is it actually trying to allocate that memory? Okay. I thought that this worked the same as a unit. Either way, a unit is zero sized in type. This should have been zero sized. Now, why is this thing doing that? No, multiplication, please. Stop trying to divide. And let's box leak, box new data. All right. No, it turns out that my zero size type is not 0 in size, right? Look, this is going to take up some memory in doing this. Well, we're not going to run like if this process were trying to take up all the memory, then Linux would just yeet it, right? It wouldn't be allowed to crash my computer. It's not 1993. So we're kind of all right. But this sure is taking a while to allocate all that memory. How much memory did I actually tell it to allocate? Whoops, that's the of him. So that is kilo mega gig. Okay, yeah, right. You know what? We're gonna stop that thing. It's gonna fail, but it will still try to allocate an awful lot, right? So let's just go with a terabyte, a gigabyte instead, right? That is not too bad to allocate. Actually, if we run this in release mode, we might have a better time of it, okay? Because in release mode, it will optimize away this thing, right? So we're effectively just losing nothing. Might be because we don't have the debug information. So if we set up a profile release here and we say the debug is in fact true, and we run this again and val grind it, we might get more information. No, we didn't. All right, that's enough about the tuple. Whoops. That's RF. There we go. All right, delete the right thing. Okay, back to what we were doing, right? Hello, Narash. How you doing? Sorry, Magambro. How you doing, buddy? I saw you streaming ENDE the other day. I don't wanna be like, oh, English, please, in your stream. How you doing? Cargo test all. I just sit there and go, nein, das ist nicht gut, nein. Eine, damn it, what's it called? Keyboard. Eine DeFi. Yeah. Doing good, happy to hear it. Okay, so which branch are we on now? We're on dev. We got nothing going on here. Okay, so let's go into the feature with here. We're all good here. Now, can we diff this with dev? So that's fine. I want to see if there's going to be any merge conflicts here. We can push this though, right? Right. Get merge tool. No, merge tool. All right. Yeah, this is going to be fun to do on stream. So we want that. We don't really have to care about the right side here. Well, actually, I say that, and we do. No, we don't want that. Can we not have you there, please? There we go. Wait, that attribute story shouldn't have been there in the first place. We do want the context. We don't want that. I think that's it for this file. Let's save and close that. No, wait. Yeah, we don't care about that. So we save that. That's the only thing we care about, right? Don't need to save that. Yeah, I haven't found anything that is better than meld. If anyone knows a better merge tool than meld, do let me know. So we're deleting here. No, wait, deleting. So this is the debug. We're just going to take everything from the right-hand side here. We have little interest in the left-hand side here. Okay, let's close that down. Make sure this compiles. No. Okay, so I thought I did right with my merge, but apparently I didn't. So the widgets is somehow knackered because of my foolishness. Oh, really? Okay. I should have not. I should have paid attention. Now, this is easy because I know what the issue is here. Whoops. Right, and now we have a new type here. Which I'm very excited about. Okay, that might be it. Oops. Okay, that test is broken. Yeah, the test doesn't do anything, right? Okay, so let me grab a fresh drink and still waiting to hear what you guys think is a good alternative to meld. But yeah, I'm just gonna grab a drink and then we're gonna release a new version of this. All right. I'm so happy. This is I've had a loud fan outside of my door for the last 40 something days, I think. And it's so nice and quiet. I don't have to keep the doors closed. Oh my god. Ooh. Hello, Codex. How you doing? I was lurking in your stream the other day. How you doing? You were flexing your Godot skills. How you going? Diffu Nivim is decent if you don't mind a Nivim plugin. I probably don't, but I think Meld is still better than Vimdiff. Vimdiff is kind of awful, I think. I remember that, Morgan, bro, and I started being like English now or some other language I speak, like that's German. All right, maybe not that. All right, I gotta text the wife because we're out of tea. We are out of tea and I love you. There we go. Very transparent. No, I would never feed any of my children such nonsense, Bolvar. You can have water at the toilet like the rest of us. Yeah. So, sorry, my camera. If anyone writes in uppercase, it just does this. Okay, so what was I doing? Yeah, I was writing a test case. Yeah, it's like it's all biological codex, right? None of that artificial GMO water, right? Okay, so we need a test that uses the width thing. And how can we do that? We can use the basic stuff, couldn't we? Is it test utils? Basic component and basic state. All right, I think that should be fine. All right, let's get ourselves a little template here. Maybe if I didn't sit like a cucumber, I'll be all right. With x as 1 plus 2 times 3. Text x. Okay, so this should be 7. If it's not 7, then what's the point, right? And we're going to grab all of this. But we're going to change you to template. We're not going to press any characters. We don't care enough about that. And we don't need to add any components. No, we don't need that either, right? So this should be 7, yeah? Whoops. Wait, why are you not imported? There we go. If we change this to 6, it fails. Yeah. All right, how cool is that? That we can do that now. Oh god, did you see that insane woman talking about carrots? My goodness, that's like that was one of those like, man, we really want to like we want to destroy each other for short-term financial gain, right? It's like, cat, what's the stupid thing she said, right? And she confused contraceptives with abortions, and I'm like, man, you're so freaking unhinged and detached. Why do people go to your talks, man? All right, let's test all here. Because we have a fancy with statement going for us. Yeah. No changes. Added test for width. How about yes? Yes to both. Say yes to the cucumber dress, right? I don't have to make sense because I'm a weirdo. What? No, I'm not. Oh, okay. Maybe I am. Anyway, try this again. There we go. Hello, Danik. How you going? Too right, Bulbar. Too right. Only you and I know what you said. Push it. All right. We should now have the width statement in 0.5, 0.2.5. Now the question is, are there any features that needs to go into this now? No. You cannot go there. To right. Oh, Skylar, you can see that. Skylar can see. She knows our dirty little secret now. You should have a congratulations, by the way. You should have a setting to store the VODs. So if you go to this URL, hang on, I'll set you up with a beautiful URL to visit. All right, this should be. If you go there, Danik, you should see it. Assuming you streamed under that moniker. Can you see anything there, Danik? Right, we're about to let's have a look at what the documentation say, though, right? Okay. Do we have width here on the control flow? No, it's not. Okay, we need to add that in there. That's not going to be a biggie. But which page does it go on there? Let's pop open the summary. Man, it's so insane in the beginning, Danik. When you start streaming and you look at the numbers, I tell you this though, right? Anyone if you're new to streaming or you're just starting out to stream, I'll tell you this, and remember this, because this will save your frail ego in the future. Turn off the viewer counts and don't look at it. You are gonna have between 1 and 3 viewers, sometimes 0 viewers for your streams, and you'll be sitting there talking to no one. You'll be like, now we're gonna do this. I'm really excited. Who's watching? No one. Now I feel like right? So turn off the view numbers, ignore them, don't look at them, and here's the other thing. When you see, if you do look at the view numbers, which you shouldn't, right? But if you do look at the view numbers and you'd be like, I got 3 viewers, and then you'd be like, I wonder if we should make tea or coffee, and then the viewer number goes down to 2, and you're like, shit, did they leave because I said tea or coffee and not tea and crack cocaine? Oh my god, is that it? Do I smell? Did I do something wrong? Did I say something offensive to that shitbag that was here? Right? All this stuff, I remember this still. I've been streaming for years and I still remember this stuff that goes through your head as a streamer when your viewer numbers change, and not for the better, right? Some days, so in the beginning of the year, like January, February, March, I think I had like an average 120 to 140 viewers. Now I'm not. What am I at now? Okay, it's 104 now, but some days like 70 viewers. So I've lost half my viewership. this stuff will mess with your head if you look at it, right? All of a sudden, your intrinsic value gets swapped with your extrinsic value, and then you kind of like, man, I need to change who I am and what I do so people won't leave my stream again. You just made into the code file there, right? Roped in. Beautiful. It absolutely depends on the day. It depends on the day, depends on the month, depends on what's happening. I started streaming. It wasn't long before I started, I think COVID premiered. And obviously that was very good for me because one, going outside was already for losers in my opinion. And two, hanging out with real people, that's just what people with no real friends would do. I don't know. But more importantly, more people started watching Twitch, and I found that I had an online community to hang out with, and it was really fun, right? So it was good. Yeah, so this is the thing, right? No, I don't. Well, maybe. We'll see. Here's the thing, Danik, right? You're absolutely right. You don't know who's going to watch the video afterwards, but you do have to save your VODs for that, right? I wish I would have had my first VODs to be able to watch my first streams. Would have been fun. If only to, see how I have changed over the years, right? More wrinkles and gray and tired, and like life is slowly leaving my person, right? I think yeah, don't worry about all of this in the beginning, right? I'd say in the beginning when you start streaming, you get comfortable with it first, right? And sometimes I'm not, right? If I've been away from, I don't know, maybe these days, but when you've been streaming for a while and then you take a break because you go on a holiday or whatever, it feels really awkward to come back to it. Cat Peasant might have them. No, I don't think you can't download someone else's VODs, but Cat Peasant he's been hanging out in the stream for a long time, and so yeah, it's very yeah. Dogs 1 foot in the grave. Shh, 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 shh. I can say that you can't. No, you can. No, but it's like it's fun though, right? It's fun. Yeah, I did that, and I think it's a good shout. I think people like that kind of content. At least when I did it, and I felt really awful doing it. People wanted more of that content, but that could have been because I was being really unhappy when I was doing it as well, right? If you stream, be like streaming Java programming while my feet are on fire and a badger is trying to constantly steal my shit, I reckon you get a lot of views for that, right? But if you're streaming like playing Minesweep and not talking to anyone, then you're gonna get few viewers. There'll be like one guy who turn up being like, "Oh man, I love Minesweeper." I remember when it was released, I was there standing in line to buy my copy of Windows 3 or whatever it was, like talking play Minesweeper. It was so good. Like you, my kindred spirit, and you'd be like, I don't want to be friends with you now. I'm gonna stop this content. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, so how does with work? We'll give an example. Let the values equal, and we do this one, right? Let's have red, green, and blue, and I guess that's enough. And then we say with color as colors state dot some count modulo 2 equal to 0. This is such a common thing to do, right? Text is foreground color and hello. What else do we need to like put in here? Well, I guess we can do this, right? For emphasis, right? Let's do this. All right, that's kind of awkward and delightful. So then that will be the and then we have a span here that says bold, theme, not bold, right? Well, that's kind of enough. All right, do we need any more information? Enjoy, Danik. Okay, so what happens here then? We have a width makes it possible to scope an expression. I don't know what I was typing there, but expression is what I want to say. For a given number, for nodes. So we have something like border, and then we have the width statement here, right? Referring to theme instead of repeating that. I mean, do we need to say anything anything else about? I developed a Lisp there somehow. I don't know where that comes from. Set up. Do we need to say anything else other than this? Love you too. I'll get some tea. My wife is the bestest. All right, branch main. Whoops. Switch to dev. Okay, so we're gonna do a release now. So the first thing we need to do is run the test. We're gonna set up a PR for the guide. For the guide. Where's the guide? There you are. All right. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. We're gonna merge you into main. But we're not gonna merge that yet. Then we have a dev into main here. That's gonna be our 0.2.5. All checks have passed. Yep, we're cool then. Very good. Extended description there. We're not deleting dev. We need that to live. Okay, so this is now merged. What's the topic? I'll bite. All right, let's check out branch here. Don't need that one anymore. Wait, what do you mean not yet? Okay, git pull. We certainly have merged that. Okay. All right. Okay, now we're going to change our toml files. We're going to find 0.2.4 everywhere here. Bump that to 5. You know what? We might not have to do that. We could do cargo release version. Is that right? Version. Or 0.2.5. This will fail, but that's okay. Now we do this. Yes. Okay, that didn't quite do what I thought it was gonna do. It did not update the workspace word. Oh my stupid hands. There we go. Okay, all up to date. Now we're gonna do cargo release. Well, first we have to push this. Yeah, all good. We are not allowed to do this, are we? I don't think we're allowed to do this. Nope. All right, then we have to do another merge here. Oh, did you do this one? Nice. Okay, we'll look at that. There isn't anything to compare. Wait, how does that work? Didn't I add this? Hang on, how now? Brown cow. Is that working? Wait, it's already updated here? On main? What's going on here? And that's also updated. All right, we're off to the races then. Should we maybe get Dodd's fix in there? I think we will. Let's have a look. Let's do a little bit of PR review. I think we can merge this now. Yours is a poor man's fix. All right, tell you what, let me see how I would fix it before I do that. We're going to look at the statement parser for parsing anything. And we have a, let's find the declaration, which is a statement. There you are. So load value, not that. Do we not have declare? Yeah, declaration. Okay. So when we create a declaration, we should not allow this to have, so declaration should not be allowed to have keywords. Neither should with or for or node or load attribute. So none of these should be allowed to have keyword names, because these are the ones. Is that what you did, Dotty? Only for declaration. Okay, well, that's good. Let's see how again, if I were to do this, I would do, where's the binding here? There we go. So here I would have allow keywords be false, right? I would do this, and this would be false. Actually, I don't think any ident can be true. All of these idents should fail. I could not find a decent way to find keywords. That's a good point. Okay, so yeah, that one. Where do we parse ident? Yeah, that's cool. No, because this thing is okay. No, it isn't. That one's not okay. That one, that's our binding. That one is not okay. I think this one, we could do it in here. I think this would be okay. That's a string ID. That's an indent. Okay, let's look at the Lexer to see where we parse keywords or idents. Okay, so these are the keywords. We need a map for these, right? We need like a const map for these. But maybe it's okay to only do that in declaration, Dotty. Maybe you're onto something. Um, yeah, I think maybe it's not that. So let's have a look at this thing. So if I run this now, yeah, this one's just gonna tick around, isn't it? Okay, and then we want to say with right. This is kind of bad, right? Let flarp equals a map that has a value that is 123, and then we say with state as flarp. Okay, so this thing is not overwriting that. As a matter of fact, I don't think this one will work at all. Yeah, that one's an error. You can't call it for. Okay. It's really this thing that shouldn't be allowed to be called state, though. There we go. This will override the state. I think there was a reason for that at some point. I think maybe we just don't let this. If we try to call this for, it will fail. Yeah. Man, we're running this at 1 frames per second. That's going a little bit bananas here. is a bit sluggish, right? So I think maybe we should just disallow this from being called state, right? I don't think this will work with state as state.value text state. No. No, you can't do that. The with statement does not override the other one. Yeah, I think it's just the word state, but you can't use state here. What if we did this? For states in 1. Yeah, even in the for loop, you can't override. Okay, so it's really just the declaration. Okay, I think you did the right thing then. It's really only declaration that needs to be dealt with. Here are the keywords if you want to know about them, but yeah. Okay, then I am ready to look at your PR. And it better have tests, all right? I think state isn't really a keyword though, so you are right. Why is this so painful to view? Oh, you added a test. You sneaky son of a bit. Can we just view this file? But then where is the change? Not really, McBabble. I am not very good at it. I just asked Danaka in my community. He knows all that stuff. So I guess you could do that, but that might not be good at learning, right? Where's the declaration now? Oh, good grief. Man, come on, GitHub. 37. Get unchecked binding. Oh, you do that on statement evaluation? I think this is fine, Dottie. Yeah, I think whether we do it here or in the parsing is probably not going to matter. It's not a reserved keyword though. What do we do here, right? Because we're saying that yeah, it does. You're right. And you'd have to look up, you'd have to get the string ID for state for that to work, right? And that's not a good idea either. Okay, so what's a no, I think you're good here, but question is what's a good way of saying this? It's not a state is not a keyword. You know what? We say it's a reserved keyword. I think it's fine to say reserved keyword. And you had a test in there as well somewhere. Oh, 255. It's a reserved identifier. Maybe. Yeah, it's not bad. Should we say that instead? Yeah, let's do this. So we're just gonna change this to identifier then. This is going to dev, yeah. Nice one, Sneaky. Yeah, we can do that. Oh no, I got a typo in there. Man, I don't love typing in here, right? Identifiers. There you go, right? Yeah. Okay. Hopefully this will like we can re-trigger any yeah, it will, right? So was this round like, Sneaky Bugs? Did you enjoy it? Did it seem like a good company? I don't think I had much to do with that, Enrico. Cool. All right, we'll merge this. I think we'll bring this into our looking good. Oof. That should not be okay. I'm gonna have to take that out. Okay. I make this mistake repeated. Hello, you safe? How you doing? Yeah, I just looked over and saw you there, you safe. You can choose where you want to be, right? Nice. That's all right, Dottie. I do the same thing over and over again. And if you do, then it will not compile the template. But other than that, I think this is fine. We'll just patch this in. And then we'll amend the commit and then force push it because we're sneaky like that. Actually, we're not going to force push onto that one. There we go. That's confusing enough. Okay, but anything else? Otherwise, we're 0.2.5. Whoops. Okay, now we have to merge this into main. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for the raid. Is this a proper game, Dev? No, we're about to release this thing, though, right? We're like that's what we are. Okay, we're gonna merge dev into main. Then we're gonna publish this, right? This pull request should just have Dodis changes now that prevents us from sticking weird things into things. Yeah, that looks good. Let's merge this into main. All right, we'll wait for that. We're gonna merge this we're gonna merge this into main. Then we are going to release 0.2.5. It's very exciting. Very much so, right? Very much so. We did game dev yesterday. It was a sponsored stream, and I was playing around with. It was sponsored by UWare, and I ended up going over time with the segment because we kind of started tinkering with something, and it turned out that it was an interesting way to evaluate if a game idea has legs, right? Sure, there was some jank in there, right? But the point is that we could sort of prototype and see it would be fun to make a town management game where you play as a bunny mayor, and every now and then this evil dog, and through some odd typos it became an evil god, would turn up and steal your carrots if you couldn't beat them in a game of cards. So we had like this balatro at home that happened, and then disasters would happen, and you have to take care of the thing. I thought it was an interesting way of prototyping stuff, or like not even prototyping, like exploring concepts, right? So I thought it was really fun, right? Hasn't he released his game on Steam yet? I got it on my wish list. Okay, we're gonna get pull. No, wrong branch. Switch to main. Pull. Okay, let's run a demo and see that it actually. Yep. Slate instead. Oh, this isn't good. No, this is good. Okay, this is right. Oh my god, it took me forever. But maybe we should make this an invalid identifier in a for loop as well. It kind of feels like it would be good. Let's do it, right? Do I have Steam on PC? Of course. But of course. Do I seem sane to you? Yes. So I would have Steam. All right. Might be. We're going to have to switch to dev. Learn how to spell them. Go to statement eval. And we're going to do this for our binding in a for loop as well. Except that binding is a string ID. Wait, why was the declaration not a string ID? It is. Ah, right. We need to sneak that one out of here first as well. Ooh, okay, we'll do this. Kind of a little bit wonky, but yeah. Oh, Linux gaming is a breeze. I have no issues gaming on Linux. But then again, I don't game anything that's... Wait, so Brain is trying to do two things, and it does nothing. So we'll copy this test, and we'll do the same thing for loop binding reserved identifier. So here we're just gonna say for state in empty list text state. It doesn't have to say anything here, right? We just say node, and we should get the same error. Whoa, what? Oh yeah, the binding. Then how does that work in the declaration? Oh, did we always pass a string into the declaration? That's why. Ah, right. So that will be a binding ID then. We'll do that. This is why we have tests. We just find the longest test name in the world. That way we know we're close. No? There we go. Which branch is this? Prohibit statement as an ident for the binding in a for loop. There we go. Now we can cargo nightly format. Now we can publish this, right? All right, let's set up the PR. I like it when it kind of goes, oh, you've committed to dev, so maybe you want to do a PR. Now it's like, you streamer. That's all I get. All right. So that's good. Hang on, then we can close our issue, can't we? There we go. When do we close issue? There we go. That was easy. Okay, we're about to merge into main, and then we're gonna git switch to main pull. We have to do this first. What's an ident? Short for identifier. All right, cargo test all. Not that we have to. We know it's all good because we just merged the dev. That's 300 odd tests running. And then cargo release workspace. And then the do it flag. Here we go. We're releasing now. It's in the pipes, sir. Yes. Has Steam is saying, I mean, Codex, I just saved the mental health industry billions, right? Are you feeling depressed? All right, here's a Steam key. What's Steam? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, you need to install Steam on Linux. Mental health solved. Multiplayer games are no go on Linux. What? That's not true. Janelle, put the crack pipe down. I game lots of multiplayer games. I play Remnant with Temporis, who I haven't seen in forever. Anyway, does anyone know where Temporis is gone? Where you seem to have nailed the first one. Talk about me, okay? That seemed to be the way to go, Sneaky Bugs. I think programming interviews are generally about the initial ones are generally about to see whether you've been blagging or whether you are a good fit for the team or not, right? So just be enthusiastic and you'll be fine, right? That's it. We're done it. We're done it. Let's go and do a dry run. That means we're going to release this too. Nice. Let's add extras to this as well. Let's register a prototype. We don't need a prototype for this thing, but we'll do it anyway. Beauty. That was it. All right, let's build something. VStack. Whoops. No, get back here. Arr! All right, I didn't do anything. Full item in state dot list text item, and then down here a border input, and on enter save. Nice. All right, let's just have a struct here for our component. I don't know why I did that. We don't need any of that. Wow, come off it, you loon. So we're going to have items, all right? And we just make a list of strings here. All right, so let's go down to our index. You are a C now. There we go. Okay, we have to implement component for C. Not backslash C, come on, man. And then what do we need here? On event. So state, well, we can be a little bit diligent, right? We don't have to be savages. So we say if state.name is save, then the text we're going to get is going to be state, no state, event, man. That's text from our input, and then state.list.push back text to string. Oh yeah, the state is a unit. Items, right? That's supposed to be a list of strings, you boob. Why wouldn't we be able to call to string on that one? Do we need to bring in the... This thing can dereference to a stir. No, it can't. Wait, what did I imported the wrong text, you boob. Maybe I should just read what it is that I'm doing. What do you have here for us, input? Text. So why can't I import the text then? Like that. There we go. Okay. So what did we just do? We made something terrible. Right. Okay. That's pretty good, right? Then we'll try this. Function core biscuits. Yeah. Nice. Nice. All right, let's have some kind of theme here then, right? Let's do colors. Sorry, colors. Red and, well, let's do black and reset. So we have something, right? And say with color as theme dot colors loop mod 2, because that's how many we have. 0. Maybe we don't write like a savage. And then we set the background to our color. You can hardly see that. Let's go with dark gray then. There we go. It looks a bit dumb when it's like that. So let's make this an H stack instead. And then we just have to chuck a space in here and then bam, looking good. All right. And you have a nice day too, Min. When are you going to look at Canvas? Oh, I looked at Canvas. Is there anything we need to add to Canvas, you feel? You want to use Ubisoft? There's no U in Ubisoft though, is there? Nobody plays Remnant. Well, not when Temporis is gone. Oh, this is Cargo release as a... that's a plugin to Cargo. That's not built in. Wow, that's a lot. I think I have 3. What game company am I coding for? My company. My own company. I keep myself company quite frequently. As a matter of fact, I do it all the time. I mean, like, who's there? Oh, it's me again. How am I doing? I'm doing all right until I started talking to myself. All right, we're doing that again. Take it on step. With butter and honey. Wait, what? Clotted cream and jam. Are we talking about scones now? Canvas does not play nice with Spacer. When I last checked, I can confirm and raise an issue on it instead now. Okay, that's good. Well, it's not good at all, right? I don't know. Lost a lot of street cred implies that you had some in the first place. And of course I'm gonna make dad jokes. I'm a dad. Okay, let's see what Doddy says about canvas and spaces. So if I put a border here and a canvas here, that should freak out. It does. That's what you mean, right? Oh shit! No, wait. That's putting that's putting a border in every one of them. Okay, no wonder that was freaking out. Ah, Nelly. All right, let's move you to be in line with the for loop. There we go. Okay, let's do away with all of this and let's put a V-stack and a spacer, a canvas and a spacer. And we put a border around the canvas so we can see it. That looks fine to me. That does not look fine to me. The B is missing. The border fixes it? No, I think that's a bug. But now I can't see the canvas. You can't set a background on the canvas, right? I mean, at least I don't think you can. I'm reasonably confident you can't. You can. You shouldn't be able to. But yeah. Yeah, the canvas is certainly... Well, hang on. That has to be expanded. No, this is correct, Doddy. This is right. It doesn't matter what the spacer does. Here's how canvases work, right? Actually, we don't even have to use canvas here to make that happen. Okay, I'll tell you why it's correct. We can do this with an alignment instead. Okay, you can see the B is missing. That's because we are not constraining the alignment and it's taking up all the remaining space. This is the correct behavior. The way you constrain that is to put it inside an expand, right? It's impossible to set the height of a canvas. No, you can set the height of a canvas. Well, you can't set a height on a widget that has a max constraint as size. You'd fix the height around it. But this one is still going to take up all the space there. Okay, let me try to understand what you want to do. All right, you're going to throw my own words in my face, I see. That's a pretty boss move. Oh, it says that you can set height and width here. Yeah, no, you can't do that. All right, sorry. I think that might be an issue with the documentation more than anything, and I do apologize for that. Yeah, this is the buffer. This has nothing to do with it. No, it does exist. This is not. This is setting the constraints. Wait, what am I? Okay, a lot of things. There are 1,000 notifications on my phone here. Yes. Bring me a scissor and a glass, and I will give you what you want. Okay, so this thing actually says that we have a size here. So this is the size that should be returned here. I don't know where we return the buffer size. It doesn't really matter what size we return, but yeah, this is confusing. You can use whichever one you want, Sneaky Bugs. As in, either one will work in here, all right? If I say center or center, they both will work, right? Right. Center. All right, it's all good. Yeah. We don't support different spellings of the word color. We only support the wrong way, but what can you do? That's one of those things where the programming community has decided for us, right? This is odd. Spell aluminium. Actually, aluminium and aluminum are both acceptable spellings for that word now. I remember thinking that was a bit weird, but now they're both slapped into some random dictionary somewhere, right? how about
Aluminum.
I don't know. That one's on you. All right, Dottie, this is confusing me quite a bit. According to that, the canvas should have a height property. Oh, and it does. Wait, what's your issue again? Wait, what's wrong again? Is it the spacer? No. Weeb's assembly. All right, Doddy, I'm lost because everything seemed to be working. I need you to tell me what I'm doing wrong. In it. It's all right, in it. All right, hang on. I'll grab it. Where are you? There we go. I would expect spaces to up the remaining height. That's assuming you have that much space, right? Do you mind if I change the height to... You're overwriting the height here, right? There's no way I have that much space, right? But if we change it to 10, that works, right? This is correct, is it not? In your world. You gotta tell me what I'm doing wrong here. Try again tonight. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I'm using the release version now, so this is it, right? Okay. Anyway, I have to apparently go and do things, which is against my religion. But we have released this. This is live now. Fixed the bug. This is now in a state of usable, which is a little bit crazy. So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna pass you guys on to someone else, maybe Twitch TV. Let's see what we've got there. We got Jotson. There we go. You guys love game dev. Horror game dev as well, right? It's not even, it's just scary game dev now. All right. So this was a long stream and I completely forgot to eat food again. But we have now really okay, we could have raided Jackie, but we'll raid Jotson. Okay. You guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out. Check out Anathema. If you don't, you probably have better things to do with your life. I will be back tomorrow in my jovial self and tell you more about why Hyperland isn't working for me. You guys have been great. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.